What a day. What a day. What a day. What a day. Always get to hear myself. I never remember to change that ever. Kind of annoying. Just a little bit. Heck.
It is done.
Give me that chest, please. Ooh.
Can't carry any more.
I can't carry anymore. Crude. Get rid of the crude. Oh, that one's chipped. Maybe we should have done that one. Your grenade skills count toward trap kills. I don't know what that means. Whenever you arm a trap or drop grenades, you gain 13%. Well, I don't know, but I got 46 more armor. I feel like that's pretty big. Dual wielded weapons. I don't know if I'm ever using dual wielded. Timmy, what's up, dude? I was listening to some people talk. Look at all those legendary ESPN.com. Oh, look at all the legendaries. What? Okay, well, yeah. What? Yeah, I've got I've been grinding a little bit. Yeah, like I said, I've been playing a little bit too much. I'm not sure what imbuement skill effects. I'm trying to think if I need aspects. I like this aspect. If I have a barrier, I deal 24% increased damage. I feel like that's pretty cool, but I don't know if it's actually good or not. So, but yeah, I have been grinding. I've been grinding a lot. Way too much today. But it is what it is, and here we are. And I'm literally just having, like, I don't know why I'm so addicted to this game. I mean, I don't even know if I would call it addicted. I'm more or less just like really enjoying playing this game. So some people would call that addicted, and they'd probably be right. But for me, it's just I'm enjoying it. So I continue to play it. We're going to see how dinner goes tonight. Obviously, I'm playing here, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do for dinner. Probably just get a sandwich and continue to play. Because, like I said, having too much fun. Yeah. Probably look at a druid leveling build soon. So yeah, I'm doing this. This rogue build is it's just crushing it. As far as the leveling, I have hit a plateau a little bit. I'm not doing as much percentage-wise damage as I was before. But one of the season things for season 3 is to do 10 whisper tree things, and I want to say I'm at 7 or 8. Or whatever, chapter 3. Oh, look at that. I'm at 9. And then it's like going into the malignant tunnels. It's so funny. One of the easiest things is like craft elixirs at the apothecary person or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, I can go do that. I go and I have absolutely nothing. Like when I say nothing, I have no I don't have the ability to I don't have mats. I don't have the, what do you call it? The materials that spawn from like flowers and stuff, like Gallovine and that stuff. It's like I don't have any of that. So it makes it really difficult to be like, oh yeah, let's do this. But I literally am at the spot where I only need between speed, Timmy, and how to play this game or this character, I'm just loving it, dude. Like, I don't know, I feel kind of,
I'm not ready yet.
just loving it. I don't know what it is. Like, this is one of the most fun characters that I've played with. I mean, it feels just like Sorcerer. Okay. Just throwing knives. Get a little dizzy there. Ooh, you're dead. Had that problem with the gems. Got so used to collecting them. The campaign, I got every plant when I walked by. Yeah, exactly. And now I don't have any of it. And you know, I don't want to make elixirs. I just want to get elixirs from the thing, you know?
I'm not ready yet.
But yeah, as far as like total build, how this feels, all that sort of good stuff. Just I don't know, I feel good as a rogue. Made a total of 0 on them on my sorcerer. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I wouldn't use elixirs at all. Like I just grow the ever building amount, you know? Like just grow the ever building amount and then continue on. Like, I don't know. But it's like one of the things is to do that 5 times. And if I don't do it, then I have to like do one of the other ones, which is one of them is like level 45 potion, which I'm getting close, but you know, that's 5 levels away. But anyway, so like it's the easiest thing. I just don't have the, can you get out of the way, please? Excuse me. How'd they not kill me? AMC, am I right? Yeah, you're right, baby. Let's get it. So I'm actually very confused. And it really just shows me how much disinformation is out there. There were so many people touting how this court case, it just makes me feel like any kind of what do you call it? Any kind of post has no validity, or it's just been compromised by so many things, because everywhere that I looked, people wanted the judge to accept. When I say people, there were posts that people were wanting the judge to accept the conversion, and everything would be good. And then she denies or rejects the conversion or the settlement or whatever, and all of a sudden it shoots up. So I'm really confused. It just proves to me I know absolutely nothing. So you remember there's a court case, right? They're talking about putting 8 back into AMC, and so I've seen all these posts saying that people who are for it, like literally specific creators who have been like expressing doubt or whatever against AMC, or the settlement and stuff, are bought and paid for by the hedge funds or whatever. Well, everybody's just at each other's throat, right? What made AMC jump like that? Julius, my understanding is the settlement between AMC and Ape. The judge denied the settlement, which basically denied, I think, the reconversion of AMC and Ape together. And so when that happened, apparently people are speculating that they're rebalancing their levels. But the thing that's really confusing to me is, okay, if they've been shorting AMC at 1,000% every single day for like whatever the last, you know, million days or whatever, and if that's like a true thing that has been occurring and that people are actually paying those fines, then how on earth do they make any money after it just jumped 80 something percent, right? So like, and is this thing ever going to really moon, or people still dreaming? You know, I don't know. I'll continue to dream. But my biggest thing is, if shorts have been paying 1,000% borrow, actually having to pay 1,000% borrow rate for like the last whatever 3 weeks or whatever, then with the only way to short at $4 to make any money is for it to go down $4, but it just went up $3. So like, they have to lose a whole bunch of money at that, right? Like, that's like, their deck is getting shorter. I mean, I don't know. Part of me is like, it's a pipe dream, but part of me is also like, the constant issues that I see with that stock make some sort of sense in my brain, that there is something, you know, weird going on, fuddy, whatever you want to call it, just weird sense. But the thing is I really don't think that they're ever going to let the poor people can't win, right? That's not allowed. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I don't think that the astronomical numbers people are thinking of are going to happen, but I do have a plan, and that's to recoup all of my investments if it actually gets to $1,000 and let the less ride and just see where it gets. And if it gets to a big number, then I'm selling all of it. But the thing is you just can't. You have to be okay with something happening and just let it go, let it ride. You know, I sold for 5 mil and I got 5 mil and I got 5 mil. And you can't think, oh, but if I had sold later, I would have been at 20 mil. Like, you can't think it that way. Like if you truly get up that high, you just got to take what you think is good to you and just like chill from there. Dang, 1,000 is a big number to me. Oh yeah, 100%, dude. 1,000 is a huge number. 1,000 per share would be nuts.
I'm not ready yet.
But people are speculating that it could go astronomically higher than that. I don't think that's 6 figures a share. Some people tout 6 figures. I highly doubt that that would actually happen. But I will tell you right now, if it got to, it would be extremely hard for me if I saw 5,000 a share not to sell. Like,
Need more energy.
ain't no shot. I have a plan and I'm gonna stick with it, and if it works, it's great. And if it doesn't and it doesn't pan out, I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I have to sell for a lot less than what it peaked at. But we'll see. I haven't been really good at looking at a profit and then saying like, yep, that's enough, I'm good. My history of trading is really bad, but you just got to have a plan and stick with it if it were to ever actually happen. But try holding, it goes higher and can make both so sad. Oh yeah, 100%. So I think the understanding is that if it does actually take off and just go out of control, that, I mean, so right now with the amount of short interest that's out there compared to the amount of volume that is currently being done on the stock, it's up to 10 days for them to cover all their short positions. It will take 10 days for them to cover shorts. So you have 10 days to watch it run. Like, not saying that that's going to start next week or anything like that, but you never know. And that's trading days, right? So that's 2 weeks. Literally, you have 5 days next week and then 5 days the following week, and they should cover all their shorts at that time. Of course, they're not going to cover all their shorts at that time. What most likely will happen is it'll be traded off. There will be some shorts that get out, some new shorts that are made because it will be astronomically high at the time. And so there's never a good way to determine like, yes, we officially have all the shorts covered and you know, it's 100% the opposite way. That's not gonna happen. I don't really know exactly what I'm talking about. But anyway, I just feel like you get to a spot where you feel pretty comfortable, get out of debt, pay off your mortgage, and just call it good, you know? That's the part where you just call it good. And you're like, man, I made a really good trade. I will say one thing, though. I should have bought more at $4 because it's $8 right now. If we saw 1,000, I'd just sell everything and delete the app. I mean, just do whatever you feel is good, right? Think about what you put into it and then how much you're getting out of it. And if it's anywhere for a reasonable percent, like, I would just go with whatever. You know, whatever you're feeling is going to change or do really well or get you ahead in whatever respect. If you're saving for a car or a house or whatever, and something like that helps you a ton, if you are invested in it, then hey, more power to you. I've been waiting 2.5 years, so I don't really know how much I want to sell for, but the plan would be to retire off of it, but I highly doubt that's going to be a thing. The thing that I would love is to just watch it rip astronomically higher than I think it's going to, and then just have a sailing stop loss after that, right? So it's like the second I decide that I'm comfortable, I put a trailing stop loss and just be like, okay, I will take 10% less than what the top is. And the second it goes below 10%, a sell order goes in and I sell it. Or, you know, it sells when it goes below that percentage. But then I don't actually have to like do anything, you know? Bro, you'd be so bored. Yeah, I mean, kind of. It just means I wouldn't have to punch a clock to me, and that's the part that I feel like would be really good. Like, so you remember me talking about the automatic YouTube channel that would be produced through AI type stuff? Like, I'd have all the time in the world to actually do that, you know? Guess you'd have time for Baldur's Gate 3 though. Yeah, I mean, like, I could just do all sorts of different stuff. Sailey, how you doing? I saw your thing on Twitch. Welcome to YouTube. How are you doing, Sailey? But it's just like little interest projects like that become a real thing. Like streaming could really be a thing. I don't actually have to make it a workable thing, but I could just work at it, you know? Oh, I don't want to. Oh, I only did one wave. Okay. I already did the event. I wasn't even paying attention. Just sitting here talking. But anyway, like I said, I'm kind of done with the whole like, oh yeah, this is gonna make me so freaking great or whatever. Like, I am not under the assumption that it's gonna be fantastic. I just know if it does actually rip, if I can get a pretty good increase. Oh shoot, I had one on my back. I didn't even notice. This really does look like Sorcerer. Oh yeah, 100%. I throw some blades, turn around, shoot my bow, throw some blades, turn around, shoot my bow. Kind of like what you used to do with the wand, right? Shoot the fire, shoot the ice pick, shoot the fire, shoot the ice pick over and over again. And then I can't go through walls, but I have the little dash. So it's like, this is my dodge, right? And I get some speed because of my boots. And then I also have this dash move that stacks twice. Can I interact with this? Thank you. I mean, I'm not even full leveled on the gearing of stuff. Like, all my abilities haven't been built yet. But yeah. Saintly. Welcome to Kick, Saintly. Until I learned I didn't have to shoot the fire because my ice set people on fire. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I don't actually have to set people on fire? Oh, there's also one of the abilities that causes instant knockout, right? So like he's there, I stun him. Like my ability causes him to stun. And that works really good for elites. Elites are going around doing their elite type things. Oh, let me just stun you. Like I automatically stun you. No conditions, just me doing an ability. It's really nice. Really, really nice. Anyway. Hopefully the pipe dream of AMC eventually happens. It'd be nice. We're closer than ever. 86% increase in one afternoon. Pretty good. I can turn into a bear. Must be nice. I don't know. I don't feel like I run out of what you call it very much either. Whatever. I have energy, essence, souls.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm gonna have to go back and get those people. Bro, how many more people are there? Oh well. Nobody knows.
I need more time.
Zombie massacre.
I'm not ready yet.
Come on, don't attack me. I need to go back to the whatchamacallit.
Low on energy.
I don't know why they're all on ice skates.
My bags are full.
Alright, let's go drop off some stuff at the old engineer. And then come back. The old engineer. Geez, you gonna load anytime soon? Come on. Chat, did my game just die? I was having trouble logging in earlier, and now we've got this problem. server crash happened to me yesterday. Rip. But hey, patience is key. You just pull up your phone, look for AMC stuff, and the game loads. Easy peasy. Poisoned enemy with ultimate skill, slowed enemies, vulnerable damage, core skill damage. I like that. But my basic skill 16%. I feel like it's not really worth it, but we're gonna do it. Oh, that has a max evade charge. To be honest, I don't know what I want. Shielding and poison. I'm not doing any of that. Basic skill, shadow, blah, blah, blah. Get rid of it all. Also, normal PC load time.
That looks warm. I can break that down.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is that they have started devoting other resources, servers to other player bases. We're screwed.
Don't be serious, Tomaris. Mugen's fully
Heard Poison Rogue was one thing that survived the nerf. Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
before. This isn't for the fault for Akarat. Surely you understand that.
Oh my gosh, all these side quests. They kind of make me want to do the side quests, but they also kind of make me not want to. Alright, right, I'm in the middle of a dungeon right now, right? I can't remember that. Load time was so long, I couldn't tell what I was needing to do. You're just saving them? Saving what? Saving aspects? Uh-oh, level 41. Oh, okay.
I need more time.
Saving the side quest. I was talking about side quests, wasn't I? One remaining. One remaining. Hello? Hey, I found him. What the fudge?
I need more time.
Dude, I was so close to the end of that dungeon and I almost forgot that I was in a dungeon. Woo! I was close. That was close. I need water. 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 Well, looks like I'm headed over here. I think we need one more cache, right? Once I do the cache, then I'm good to go.
Not in town.
Ooh, that sucks. Critical strike damage. Damage to close enemies. We're gonna hold off. We're getting up there, but I'm just gonna wait for like a legendary. Legendaries. Same thing with that ring. That ring was probably better. A little bit better. But we want the legendaries.
Doing all that work. That looks worn. I can fix it.
Wait, do I actually have?
The forge is always.
What the hell is she talking about? Oh, it looks worn. What are you talking about? I don't even have anything. What you talking about? What you talking about?
Not in town.
I
can't do that here.
Rip. I'm the best at bugging out my horse. Take a load off, big guy.
What's this?
Man, it's just these kids can't hold up, dog. I'm just too cold-blooded. It's too good. 443.
We got separated.
We're all separated.
Friends were cut down.
Oh no.
I won't last on my own.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't remember what I was putting stuff in. I think I want siphoning stuff, but I'm not sure if I'm there yet. Pew 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 pew.
I'm not ready yet.
Damn. If you guys want to stop going out of the ground, that'd be great.
Thank you, Wanderer.
Oh,
Without you,
we did it.
I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here.
All right, what did I want here?
Take this.
Let's see here. We did sturdy, agile, siphoning strike. So this is agile done. That's exploit. Sturdy. Siphoning strikes is next. Boom. Piece of crap. Piece of crap. They're probably not actually that big of a piece of crap. I'm just gonna like forget it. I'm just gonna move on. Moving on. What? Oh, I already did it? That's it? We're done? Damn, chat. I'm smexy. I'm smexy with it. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm one of the top people playing this game. There's a 46. Your boy's a 41. I pumped out some hours.
It is done.
Amulets, please. Wow. Didn't even get a thing. 480 though. I will take it. Do we have the... Yes, Shadow Decoy. 100%. I should have looked at this one first and I knew it. I freaking knew it. Oh, I'm not going to be able to build a thing, am I? I need another heart. Oh, fudge. Chat, I'm so bad at this game. Why do you guys let me play this game? Let's be
Can't do
honest.
that here.
Chapter 4. Objective complete. Oh, no. I didn't leave. Deposit these skulls and all of these little gems. I should be throwing gems on there as I do stuff, but whatever. All right. Let's take a look at the season. Hey, chapter 3's complete. We got potion to moderate, faithful malignant invoker at the end of a tunnel. On to number 4. Change the world tier. Look for this on your map. That's funny. Purify seeds of hatred in hostile areas. Look for this on your map. I'm level 40. I think he's got it. Complete the Cathedral of Light to unlock Nightmare World Tier 3. Nightmare World Tier. Craft elixirs at the Alchemist. Equip a legendary item in every slot. Upgrade items to 4 stars at the Blacksmith. Just need to do 1, right? Reach level 50. Alright. Upgrade. This sucker. We are upgraded. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. 480. Chat, I think it's time to start Oh, I don't know what I want. Damage to close sounds better than damage to distant, I think. What do I want? Get rid of it. No, I'm not tempted. Dude, my attacks are pretty low. I really want to get to World Tier 3 really bad. Like, uber bad. Oh, cool. Something back here. Easy XP. It looks like it's back to dungeon crawling. Time to go back to dungeon crawling.
I wondered what.
All right. Is there a place where I can like look at what's I want to see what aspects are actually utilized for me. Impetus. It's just a skill. Do I not have an ultimate? Yeah, I didn't do anything in Embailment, and I don't have anything in ultimate. Impetuous. Aftermath. After moving 50 meters, your next damage 7% increased damage. What? Oh, okay. We're gonna see what happens when I get all of these, but like, I guess we go in-game, right? We go to an in-game build next. I'll have to look that up, see what I want to do for Rogue. $197 armor with that. That's nuts.
Yes.
All right, I should grab these aspects while they're still there. Just cause, what am I? I'm at 400,000. That's not much. Cool, this is at the bottom down here. Okay, cool. 45, still 41. All right, chat, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back in just a second. Everybody hang on. All right, back in here. That wasn't too
Not in
bad.
town.
Kind of quick. Sort of. Not really. Ba-da-da, 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 ba-ba. I cannot believe. I think the bottom line of me playing this game is I don't know what I would do myself outside of this right now.
I need more time.
I'll be honest, I didn't actually plan to be in this event, but here I am, so. Well, I got 2 legendaries. I ain't gonna scoff at that. Shadow resistance, damage with ranged weapons, damage with skills that swap to new weapons. All right, easy peasy.
What? No one's tried to explore Karamat's Reach since it was sealed. Not even the Crusaders. To think of what secrets might... Careful! Malignant!
Dustin, what's up? How's the stream so far? It's pretty good. Not too shabby. How are you doing?
What's this?
Just over here playing a game. Having some fun.
Let's continue. It's just ahead.
Whoops. Accidentally unlocked Pandora's box.
I'm not ready yet.
Are you really gonna force me to go? Don't. Oh, Jeebus. Stupid website.
Ah, yes!
I'm alright. Just finished the last episode of Death Note. Nice.
First, let's
Didn't know how the world expects me to sleep now. That's great. I am by no means a person who knows anime at all, but I love that you're. I love that. That's awesome. Pretty funny. I don't know the reference at all, but that's great. Good stuff. What am I saying? Perform the sign of light near the statue. What is the sign of light? Performing the sign of light.
You've done it! The entrance is open. I will meet you inside.
Uh-oh. What does that mean? Oh, almost got me. Oh. It's a really depressing ending. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I guess that's a sign of a good show. Wait, if it ends completely, that sucks. That really sucks. At least it's not like the ending of Lost, right? Where you're just lost and you're just like, what in the F did I just watch? That was stupid.
There's so much death. What have they done here? Keep searching.
Kind of the way they ended,
Experiments can't have been for nothing.
what? What was the one that Manifest, the one that I have currently watched recently, where it was kind of like oh really, like they have a feel-good ending type thing, but it's kind of a weird like Judgment Day type scenario thing. It's kind of weird. Main dude dies, leaving his girlfriend, who is really obsessed with him, alone. Aw, he basically used her the whole time and didn't care for her at all. My yikes, that's rough. Superior Cajun. It's over. Day log 112.
You're saying all we can do is capture him. Kill him. No. This is... that's unacceptable. All this death and torment for what?
I don't know, my guy.
All of those people.
I'm totally on like the... I didn't know I could skip that, but it let me. A cache inside a cache inside a cache. Matryoshka balls. Yes. Just go with it. Just go with it, chat. We're just gonna go with it. 488. That's pretty nuts. Alright. SNG, what's up? How is your Twitch career going, my dude? Oh, my career? Haven't been active in a year. Oh, well, welcome back. You know, it's whatevs. I'm just out here streaming when I want to. Just living life best as I can. I don't know. Wait, what was I supposed to meet him outside? Outside. Oh, up here. Jeez. People want to keep moving all around. It's crazy. Dustin, stupid expensive lamp, and didn't find out till morning. Wait, what? When I built it, that it didn't have any bulbs, so I added to it. Oh man. $109 Australia for a lamp with no light bulbs. Like batteries not included. It's like, well, this isn't really useful. That's terrible. That's unfortunate. Better be one stinking great lamp for $109 though. Gotta be like a replica of Pamela Anderson or something.
Thanks to... I imagine...
Oh my gosh. Alright, now what do we do? Clear the malignant from Velkahova. Thanks for the caged heart. That was great. Wait, speak with... That was it? That's all I had to do? Oh, you bought a stupid expensive lamp. Got you. Yeah. What makes it so expensive?
And that he...
You gotta tell me. Is it Captain Crunch Lamp or something like that? Captain Crunch Lamp or something like that? Like, is it got something like super crazy and weird?
What's this?
What am I picking up? What are all these little lights? We'll have to figure that out later. I don't know. All these little light bulbs. Should send some to Dustin. There's like little light balls of light balls. I don't know, but yeah, there's something. Metal bar with round castings hanging from it, with plastic jewels on it. Bulbs go inside the castings, just fancy looking. You got swindled, huh? That's what I sound like. If you like it, that's great. That's awesome. Just sounds extremely expensive. Give me his heart. Okay. Shot him. That's great. You knew it was too expensive and you're like, F it. YOLO. We buying this mug. I like it. I'm glad that you're in a position to be able to do that. I hope it makes the room look really good. And I hope when people come over to see it, they're like, wow, that is a really cool lamp. Where did you get it? You're like, let me tell you about it. These Mambo Jambos didn't send me a god dang light bulb. God, still got caught by the freaking... Oh. One of those freeloaders with no rent, huh? Wow, he just dropped the... That was a waste. He just dropped the heart for me looking pretty, I guess. Gave me a free heart. What a nice guy. All right. Let's go here. Perhaps blah, blah, blah. This is the ritual site?
The shift. Prepare the ritual.
Prepare the ritual. There, it's prepared. Oh, it's not prepared. Is it prepared now? Living at a mate's place? Pay portion of the rent rather than the full rent. Hey, that's the way to do it. Saving money, baby. I feel for you just like I feel for everybody, man. Stuff is so expensive now. It's ridiculous. Like, there was a time where I was definitely on the train of like work at getting a situation better, blah, 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 blah. But I have totally swung to, it's impossible to pay for stuff. Stuff is way too expensive now. Like, it would take me so long to get to a position that I'm in right now if I had to start from scratch. keeps taking all of my... She eats all of my core ability stuff. What is happening here? Why can't I see crap? Take that, you punk. I'm supposed to go in the middle here? I'm capturing the malignant heart! Whatever that means. Ooh.
My friend. Meet me at the wagon.
Alright, I'll meet you at the wagon. Whatever that means. Siphoning strikes. Alright. That was fun, chat. We did it. Yay! Oh, let's see here. Also can't get a job or even get qualified because people always find problems with me. Oh, dude, that's rough. Think what you came from the government? Oh, that's what they're there for. I don't care if I'm above them anymore. No, don't go that far, Dustin. You got this, bro. Look at those other people. Okay. Game won't let me move. I think what it goes into, Dustin, is you start learning some stuff that isn't in the line of work that you normally are doing, right? There's so many things you can do with computers now that make you have options or let you have options there. So, just a thought. I mean, you do what you need to do and all that stuff, but maybe like a whole different thing. I don't know your entire situation. I just don't want you to, don't look down on yourself too much. You're good, man. What is Slay ghosts? Oh, it's like, what you call it? I don't need to do that. Grim favors or whatever.
With Varshan destroyed, I only wanted to correct.
Am I done? Quest complete. Merciful fate. Sweet. We did a thing, chat. We did a thing.
I can't carry anymore.
I think that's just a... Learn it. Sweet. All right. We did it. I think. Maybe. Sort of. Oh. But hopefully things will turn around. Hopefully things will become good. Ooh, I love that 5 close enemies thing. That's pretty nice. Dual wielded, physical damage, thorns, and strength. Let's just go ahead and do it. Who cares? Oops. Well, legendary bow's gone. If it says more armor, I'm taking it. That's just what's happening. All subterfuge skills. I have a couple of those. Oh, but we're gonna lose our... Whoa, what is this thing? Your damage over time effects are increased by 41% for each different crowd controlled enemy. Staggered bosses instead take 124% increased damage from your damage over time effects. Oh, what? What the heck is that? Cycle through malignant bonus every 20 kills? I'm so lost. They should put me in the position where I don't need to. It's others who have a problem with it. Well, I mean, absolutely, I get you. But there's... So, like, on a personal standpoint, I really enjoy having things, like, as far as just, like, work in general or some sort of project in general is pretty good. And that doesn't necessarily have to be work, but, you know, that strive or that use of my time usually feels a little better than just, you know, not really doing much. That's all I'm kind of getting at. Just don't ride off doing nothing. I guess the word bum is kind of what set me off on that. No. You're just doing things, you know? But yeah, if you, for whatever's happening, just, keep doing things, you know? To complete the Cathedral of Light. Rip. 42. I'm gonna wait till I'm like 46 to be able to do that. What is this? Ah, this part is always difficult. Just like, okay, what do I do now? Alright, world tier, nightmare. We got some side quests. Solve the notes riddle. Riddle. Alright, let's just go for your piece and start doing some of these. Druid only. Don't care. Barbarian only. Don't care. Sorcerer, Necromancer, Barbarian, Druid, Necromancer, Barbarian, Sorcerer, Necromancer. Do rogues even exist? Druid, Rogue. Rip, that's so far away. What I want to do is off limits to me. I prefer to be a drum tutor. Me and others know I know what I'm talking about with drumming, but nobody would even consider hiring me without qualifications. That I probably won't get. What? No, man, make it a thing, bro. Like, could you not just like do some sort of like tutoring type thing, like have your own little business where you like have people contact you to get lessons for drumming? There's plenty of people who are in percussion for band type stuff. It will not be super steady because you're self-employed and having some stuff there. Where'd this guy go? Huh. Weird. Maybe I just don't know the full crux of what's going on with that. Yeah, I just don't know what else to I don't know what else I can think of that would be super helpful with it. It's a rough situation.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, Dustin, you have a lamp now, so you got that going for you. Right? No? I just kidding. I mean, overall, I just don't know. I don't think I know everything about what's going on in this situation. But yeah, you got the lamp. I love lamp. Okay, Steve Carell.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
That was a lot of people to kill. We got the legendary though, so that's good. I love lamp. I love lamp.
I need more time.
Explosion. You know, it'd be really great. The thing that I would really love to do is be able to live off of playing video games. That'd be awesome. But we're not there yet. Nor will we probably ever be. I don't know. I do enjoy my job. It's okay. Where the heck am I going? Woo, almost got me. I'm thinking about going to see a movie tomorrow. I think I'm gonna go see Spider-Man tomorrow. I don't actually know. What up, Abdullah? How you doing, bud? What happened to my cam? I just haven't turned on the lights, so I don't have it on. It looks weird, so I don't have it on. I look weird. That's no different than usual, right?
I'm not ready yet.
Saving some money? No, I'm just trying to save you from having to look at my face. It's a rough time every time I do that. Everybody's like, ah, God, I wish that guy's face wouldn't be on the screen. That's terrible. Uh-oh. There are trees. All right, chat, we're gonna speed this dungeon up just a little bit. Excuse me, coming through.
Time to
Whoops. Come here, you little treasure goblin. Ooh, he gave me that sweet, sweet chest armor. Legendary. What up, Patricia? Hello, hello. What about a knob goblin? What is a what is that sounds bad now that I think about it. I've heard that before, but now that I'm listening to it in front of my face, it sounds bad. I don't know if it is bad, but it sounds bad. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yes. +3 armor. +3 armor. Terrible. Don't know what that is. Terrible. +2 armor. Ranks of rapid fire. Making an enemy vulnerable has up to 46 chance to grant blah 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 blah. Don't really care. Let's get rid of it. Smoke grenade. Dodge next 3 attacks within 10 seconds. Damage reduction. Blah, blah, blah. I don't really like that one. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Okay, so I was right. It doesn't sound right, Dustin. I was correct. Oh, gosh. That's where my mind went. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. What am I doing? What am I doing? Wouldn't it be nice if we could wake up in the morning time where we belong? Wooded Peak. I'm gonna assume this is toward the Wooded Peak area. Feels like it's going to the boss fight. Haha! Hello, Sir Bramble. That wasn't very nice of you. Oh. Miss me, I'm over here. 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 This poor guy. He just doesn't have a clue, does he? Oh, he got me on that one. Oof. That boss fight was pretty fun. All right. We did it. High five, chat. Oh, what a day. What a day. I have been grinding the mess out of this game all day long. We are already level 42. That is nuts.
The hammer sings on your return.
Butterdum 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 dum dum butterdum 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 bum bum. Interesting concept. Do experiments done in scientific research? Do two experiments done in findings? We may not be in our original universes, which is the real reason to Mandela effects. Yeah, I've heard that, Dustin. I've heard the idea of the Hadron Super Collider, like in 2022 or what is it? 2012 or whatever. That they like opened us into a portal into another gateway or something. So. And that we merged with other people and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. We opened up a wormhole. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Like, how do you know? How do you people know? You know, nobody knows. I feel like some of those quote unquote Mandela effects are just not really looking hard at different things and then trying to like basically like a internet meme or an internet sensation or I don't know if that makes any sense. Excuse me. Like I saw one that's like Tony the Tiger's nose is blue. And, you know, in my mind, I've always seen cats and dogs with, you know, black noses, right? Like that's just a normal thing. And so when someone pointed it out, they were like, you know, oh, this is completely new, Mandela effect. It's like, well, maybe I was just being unobservant, you know? I don't know. Is it possible? Sure. Do I really believe it? Nah, not really. But I'm on the train of thinking of some other wacky stuff. So, you know, I don't know how much. Like some other common knowledge type things I don't align with or subscribe to or however you want to put it. Well, I just think that's because people don't know in general. People disagree on stuff all the time. Like, even those supposedly educated within fields disagree on how to deal with certain things, or different theories about how different stuff is supposed to work, blah blah blah. We're in a spot where there's more theory out there than there is ways to get to an understanding of whether that theory is true or not. Basically what I'm hinting at is the fallacy of proof by authority. Because depending on who you talk to, you can get different ideas or different understandings of different topics from different people. I don't know if that makes any sense. Wait, I don't want to do this event. Oh, it's just making me do this event? Come on. They all dead? Yeah, they're all dead. Rips. Why are there more people? They're already all dead. Just let it in. Thank you. Jesus. There's one of those topics, Dustin. Messing with gravity can be just as dangerous. Considering gravity is the idea of the universe collapsing on itself due to extreme mass in a small radius. Right. Good old gravity. What is it? We don't know. Brutal Malignant Invoker. Hey, we got a key. Use the key to open the crypt door. Where's the crypt door? Oh, back that way. Sweet. Oh.
I need more time.
Do 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 do. A lot of these theories are already proven, but theory is just a way of saying an idea exists. So if it's proven, it's still considered theory. Well, I mean, like, if it's a scientific law, then it makes sense that it would have, you know, corresponding evidence that would support the theory that, you know, was tested. But basically, when we come up with stuff, the thing that's always astounding to me is like, typically like goes into like carbon dating and that sort of stuff. It's like, oh yeah, the half-life of carbon, blah, 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 like, but literally looking at those effects haven't actually been observed, you know? It's just a theoretical, like, nobody's watched something for 460 million years to watch the half-life go down. You know what I mean? Like, it's that sort of stuff that always just, I find funny. It's like, well, we haven't actually observed that. Like, oh yeah, 360 million years ago, the Earth was a hot bubble of lava. I wasn't around for that. Were you around for that? Was it written down? Well, due to the rock formation of this, that, and the other, and, you know, we saw this and that in the rocks, blah, 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 like, oh, so you assume that this would form this way if that was indeed the case, but technically there's like 500 other situations that technically could have arisen to make that happen. But that's a dangerous way to think, because that just means that you're not here to advance knowledge. You're just here to, you know, devil's advocate everything. Have evidence to time travel? I mean, every day I wake up and travel through time, so I guess you're right. literally know how to time travel into the future. Just not capable of making the necessary technology, but experience on a small scale have been done to prove it can be done. I mean, not really grasping at that.
I need more time.
Just die already. I thought he died. There it is. Wow. One blue hunting knife. So amazing. I am not going to switch out my ranks of fury for that. Where's the other one? I don't know if I want that passive or not. Not positive. Ooh, nice little upgrade. Kind of like that. Faster you travel physically, the faster time passes. It's a known fact in science called time dilation. Yeah, trying to work that out in my brain. If you travel faster, then time dilates? See, time is just a measurement of from now to the next now. So if I'm traveling faster, then my position is changing, and time, the measurement of time would be constant. So in that thought process, it would probably have to be something along the lines of time is dependent on the location that you're in, or your location determines your time, your point in time, which I think more or less goes into the idea of like Superman running or flying around the earth and making it spin backwards or something like that. And it's like, if you fly so fast, then you would be able to reverse the metrics of time. You don't have to type it all out. It just doesn't sound real. Like, time isn't a factor. Like, what is time? Time is a measurement between point A and point B and how long it takes to get there. And we do that by a scale of seconds. But that scale is constant. Now, I've heard the theories of the whole, like, theory of relativity with the idea that there's certain gravity here and certain gravity there, then time would be different. But I also think that that is completely just a fabrication of theory, because we've never had, like, someone on the moon versus someone on the earth and someone ages slower than the other person because there's less gravity or something along those lines. Again. And then that's not even to like go into the idea of like a year on Pluto, because a year is calculated by how long we go around the sun. So a year on Neptune, because Pluto's not a planet anymore or whatever, is like, I don't remember, a much longer, I'm pretty sure, isn't it? I think Pluto takes like 32 years for one year on Pluto or something. I don't remember. Whatever. Anyway, I just think it's funny when people, when the idea of changing time is what comes up as a scale of speed, because it's just not meshing with what I see in reality. Like, if I get in a race car and I travel somewhere going 70 miles an hour while the person that I'm traveling to is sitting on their butt at a computer, my 4 hours of traveling at 70 miles an hour compared to their going 0 miles an hour because they're sitting at a computer doesn't mean that I move, or the time changed because I was going 70 miles an hour. That person is still experiencing 4 hours. I just moved from position A to position B. But I was going 70 times the amount of speed that that person was going, but I didn't experience 6 hours compared to their 4 hours, or vice versa. So that's where my logicality on that is just not really meshing, because it's not what I experienced. Like, when I travel to go see my brother in Colorado, it takes 9 hours. But me moving at 70 for those 9 hours doesn't make me move faster. I mean, I guess you could technically say that the what you call it, since I moved from central time zone to mountain time zone, I go an hour faster. But when I go the opposite direction, then I'm an hour slower because I lose an hour, or the time jumps forward. Anyway, that's just where my brain's at. I've done that one. What else are we doing here? Necromancer. I don't really want that. Druid. Freaking druids. There's so many druids. Let's do that one. Oh my gosh, I have to travel across the entire map. Well, this sucks. Twins were born. One was sent into space on the International Space Station. The one who was on the space station when he came down to Earth was checked medically and scientifically and was determined to be months younger than his twin who was on Earth, because the brother on the space station was traveling thousands of miles per second each day. I have never heard of a baby being in the International Space Station. Old NASA.gov. Okay, so you're talking of Mark and Scott Kelly. Give me a second here, I'm reading. I'm hoping that study was done significantly on both, like the guy who's on the ground, whichever it was. I guess Scott was in the air and Mark was on the ground. I'm hoping Mark only ate astronaut food, had the same nutrients, and like there's so many different factors that make me question on that different proceedings, because like pressurized chamber, stress filled, like I don't know how you replicate those at the same time to make sure that there's only one specific piece. But you know, who am I mean I always love that when doing calculations of different stuff, people ignore so many different things. Like, you know, scientists ignore so many different things. Like, we're gonna calculate this, but we're just going to ignore these different factors. And it's like, well, if those are real world factors, that's gonna be kind of ridiculous math in the real world. I don't know.
I can't do that here.
So maybe there's something there, maybe there's something not. Something about a space gene, I don't really know what that means. Like 7% of his chromosomes changed or something. And part of that makes me wonder if there's some sort of radiation, since you're outside the atmosphere, or supposedly outside the atmosphere, right? I don't know how far it goes up. But if the thing's outside the atmosphere, then the sun's radiation would be more intense, right? So could that just be like a radiation type issue too, with changing of chromosomes and that sort of stuff? I don't know. I'm just a skeptic of everything. You tell me one thing and I'm gonna play devil's
I
advocate,
need more time.
because I just don't know. Yeah, I see the Mark and Scott Kelly thing.
Not in town.
Aging of bone, brainwaves, and other things that don't change based on diet. I mean, I'm just saying that there's a whole bunch of different factors that are associated or accompanied in there. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm reading an article that is basically just making a whole lot of statements. And I'm not like pouring through data. So it makes it harder to be like, oh yes, this makes 100%. You feel me? Like, that's just where I'm at.
Any more time?
And if you come to me saying like, oh, what would be the reason for lying? It's like, well, there's probably billions of dollars being associated with these studies and findings and stuff, because people have to get paid for the work that they do, for all the different vitals that they take, and all the measurements and collecting of data and comparison of data and So the money will definitely motivate the findings to an extent. Should be non-biased, but you never know. You never know. Money goes a long way. Yeah, I'm just not gonna take it at face value, because like I said, like what I experience doesn't dictate a discernible amount of anything to me for the idea of that. You know, I could be completely wrong. I just don't see, like, basically, like when we're talking about the idea of like moving years, right? Jumping in a machine and being able to move years because we like warp gravity or something like that. I'm really confused at how the idea of that would be a reality. Just skeptical. Honestly feel it's just an effort in futility. It's not like a big make it or break it. I'm not gonna die on this hill. Don't really care. If it comes about, awesome. I don't know how I'm gonna like recollect that with myself, but because I just don't think it's real. I just don't see how, or I don't know. It just seems far-fetched from where I'm sitting.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, Dustin.
Gold.
So wait, you're gonna tell me that it's more plausible to talk about shifting between universes or like timelines than it is to believe that like a spiritual realm could possibly exist? Is that what you're telling me? I'm so confused.
Any more time?
I don't think that ghosts exist. I do believe that there's a spiritual realm though. I definitely think there's more than just the physical. What? I just think it's funny that you like discount one, but like just
Not ready yet.
in the realm, never been one to like have experience or deal with people from other universes. So I would just say possibility. Same thing with like time travel or aliens or all that good stuff. Ah, so Dustin, you're telling me you're atheist is basically what you're getting at. There is only the physical.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, don't need that. Maybe go find where I need to put that. Oh wait, didn't I already find out where I need to put that? Oh wait, no I didn't. I ran through that. There's just no evidence. Oh, okay. Oh my god, where am I going? There we go, found it.
I'm not ready yet.
Tell you a study and you'll look into it? A study of what? Of the paranormal? I think,
I need more time.
open to the idea. I think it's funny. I don't know what deems a study for you. There's billions of people who believe in some sort of afterlife. Mass psychosis. Oh wait, we should have done that. I should have done that. Oh well. Alright, we got it, we got it, we got it. Anything paranormal? Oh, I mean, I don't know. I watched a movie once. There was that one time where what was that series called? Paranormal Activity. That's literally the series. I watched a couple movies. They were called Paranormal Activity. I mean, I'm not, Justin, I'm not someone who just like finds a scientific study for finding paranormal. I mean, I don't know what you want from me. Something more than someone's feelings or a dude overreacting. I mean, I feel ya. I feel ya. There's just some things that just don't add up. You know? Different topics, different things. Oh god. One of my least favorite bosses at the end of a thing, that's for sure. I'm right, I didn't say time's real, trust me, bro. Yeah, most things that get produced, just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I mean, from a logical standpoint of where I sit, believing that nothing created everything is harder for me than to think that there would be some sort of higher power that made it, whether that's a simulation or whether that's God or whether blah blah blah. That's where I would sit on that kind of talk or thing. But to just express that an ever-expanding universe would have had to at one point been the size of the, you know, the tip of a pin or whatever, you know, that part, the idea of like a Big Bang type thing is like, I don't know. Just from a personal standpoint. Which is where I went down the road of like trying to figure out all the different forms of religion and what people thought about God and the supernatural and where things stood and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, kind of came down to one point being different than all the others. And, kind of just makes you take a look at it, you know? I get it, you're religious. Yeah, pretty much. I just I can get with and understand where the ideas come from to like explain the world around us more and more. So like total Jesus follower, right? Like I'm Christian. Bro, oh, Jeebus, that scared me. Gosh, this stupid ad site, stupid thing. Is there a closer? Not really. All right, let's go here first. But oh, Dustin, we're at odds. Put the dukes up. Yeah, so there's a there's a part of me that looks at the life of Christ, and it makes me really wonder how like everything like pinpoints back around, or the thought process goes back into the idea that what people saw or experienced was so prevalent, and I'm talking about like the 12 disciples that would have been around him or whatever, that after they oh shoot, there's a stupid all right, I guess I'll do this. It sucks. Dustin, no, that can't happen. That's not a thing. That is not a thing. Like, from your perspective, that might be a thing, but that is not a thing. There is no possible way that that is a thing. So, when I'm looking at it from a logicality standpoint of just trying to, like, not even putting any kind of validity into, like, divinity of who Christ was and all that sort of stuff, just looking at it from, like, a, okay, what the heck happened in history? Because for some reason there's billions of people who now follow and believe in this random guy who was walking around the earth a long time ago, right? And it really just boils down in my mind to the 12 people who experienced something. I mean, there was more than that, but the 12 disciples is always the kicker or the mantra that gets passed around. Those guys must have experienced something that made it super, super real, to the point that they decided to go to death, be imprisoned, travel the world spreading the news, instead of just like, man, that was a crazy 1.5 2 years, bro, like, we're out, you know. So that's where the logicality of my, you know, brain goes when thinking or talking about this in general. Is just the fact of like, okay, there was something there, you know, something must have happened. Then we can go into like, okay, so if they truly believe who this guy was, what did this guy say? What did he do? That sort of stuff. And then, you know, that's where you move on from there. It's like, who was Christ? Did he rise from the dead? People say that he did.
The aftermath of an arcane explosion.
Then that kind of like flows in and around to like, what did he teach? What did he want us to do? All that good stuff. Satan is a term that is utilized for the one that stands against God. Like, that's what the whole idea of Satan is, or Satan is. Usually depicted as Lucifer, who is the man who stand against and was thrown out of heaven, and 1/3 of the angels fell with him. So yeah, I would probably say that that is the correct definition or thought process there, is that Satan equals Lucifer. Well, I wouldn't be equating yourself to something along those lines then. Because if you're expressing in that form or in that manner or demeanor, I feel like you're aligning yourself with stuff, and it's like if I were to call myself a capitalist and believe that we need big government or something along those lines, like, you know what I mean, like libertarian, and then ask for big government or something like that. Like, the definitions don't match. It's just not a thing. They beefed this lady up. This fight was not this crazy of her moving around last 3 times I played this.
I'm not ready yet.
leave us. That was rough, but we did it. Oh, but yeah, I would curtail from expressing that word around just being respectful to people. Because definitely not the common knowledge of what that word entails, number one. And then number two, yeah, there's not a nothing could convince me that, yeah, no. You know, you're not pulling me around with the idea that a Christian and a Satanist could be the same in and of itself. No, I'm good. Not even gonna. Nope. Okay, Satanic Bible is a book that was taught life lessons that didn't align with the ideas of the Bible, so Christians told everyone else devil worship. I mean, if we're talking, what's his name? Like the Church of Satan is a complete new thing with what's that guy's name? I can see his face. I want to say Adam Levine, but it's not him. Oh, what is his name? I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's not what I've learned or looked at or expressed within. I feel like you might be playing with fire on definitions and understandings from my perspective. Okay, where was I supposed to be going? Rogue only. Latelyer's the one. Not so sure about that. What was his name?
This place reeks of rotten flesh.
Another stronghold? Bro, no shot. Get me out of here. I'm not doing this too. I just want to do my dungeon. I mean, I get what you're getting at, Dustin, with that. But, yeah, what I've looked into with what the Church of Satan is, that call themselves Satanists. That's where that is. So, like I said, our definitions may be completely different, but my introduction of the word is a follower of Satan. So that's where that goes into play. And so if you're saying that's not what it is, then I don't understand what your word means. Because my brain goes to the occult. I don't need to be fighting these people. Moving on. Oh, crap. makes you think they worship the devil? Besides them not following your rules, what evidence do you have that the Church of Satan believes in an evil supernatural being? From my understanding, there are practices in which correlate to the fallen one, and that's what they're going with. They're going with Satan, with Lucifer. That is my understanding. And it pretty easily states like, okay, do you believe that Jesus is God and that he died to save you from eternal damnation because he wanted to reconcile you back to his good graces? It all just boils down to who Christ is. And I'm not siding with the side that says, to stand against your creator. Kind of like my creator. What practices? Like literally seances, convening with the spiritual realm, which you've already stated that you don't believe in. So that's where I'm saying your definition is completely different than my definition of what we're talking about. I mean, you're asking me stuff pertaining to my definition, so that's the hardest part here, is that you're communing a word and I'm saying it means this and you're saying no, it doesn't mean that. It was like, well, that's not my understanding, and I'm not sitting here trying to figure out definitions of different things or whatever. I'm playing a game. That's just where I'm at with it. Like, maybe you have a different definition that I've never heard of, but that's also in an area that's just not like, just because I say a dog is a cat doesn't make a dog a cat, if that makes sense. Like, just because I call it something of a certain nature doesn't mean that that's what it is, right? There's a definition of a definition. But people today like to just throw around and make definitions different and then can't define what it is that they're talking about. So when I say there's a Satanist, right? The Satanist is a person who follows Satan. It's like, okay, who is Satan? Satan is a person who stands against God, right? That's who Satan is. And according to my religious text, Satan would be Lucifer, who was cast out of heaven and thrown with his third of the angels down to earth. And that would be where my understanding or my thought process of the word Satan is. Satanist, Satan, there's my definition. If you're saying it's just a term for respect, which, okay, then why wouldn't you be a respectionist or something? Like, why wouldn't you? There's already a word for respect. So where does the commandeering of the word respect, like, I don't know. That one's throwing me for a loop. As are most things in this conversation. No, like, it's not in the fact that I am calling something incorrectly. It's that it is what it is. It's a definition. It's been that way for decades and decades and millennium centuries, and It's not that I'm, you know, I have it wrong. It's just that that's how it is. Like, if I were to go talk to a random person and say, what is a Satanist? They would always say a person who follows Satan. Like, that's just the definition. It's not that it's different or wrong or something along those lines. It's just what the definition is. I'm honestly just not sure what you want from me on that. Do you want the literal word Satan in the Bible? Is that what you want?
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, so you're wanting the actual word Satan, right? It can't be the evil one, it can't be Lucifer, it can't be the devil, right? Is that what you're telling me?
I can't carry anymore.
Oh no, I can't carry anymore. Why do I have to like have so much stuff? Let's just start getting rid of some of this blue. All right, we're no longer picking up blue stuff, chat. That is, I was picking up everything, but not anymore. Oh, let me see here. All right, 1 Corinthians 7:5 says the word Satan. That says devil. Acts 5:3, Peter says, how is it that Satan has filled your heart? That says resist the devil. Matthew 16:23, Jesus turned and said to Peter, get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. Romans 16:20 says, the God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. Zechariah 3:1-2 says, then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right side to accuse him. The Lord said to Satan, the Lord rebukes you, Satan. The Lord, who has chosen Jerusalem, rebukes you. It is not of man a burning stick snatched from the fire. There's a couple of Satan quotes in there. Okay, that's Revelations. Angel coming down out of heaven, having the key of the abyss, holding it in his hand. He sees the dragon, which is talking. So Satan is talked about as a dragon. In Luke 22, 1 through 6, when Judas is betraying Christ, it says, then Satan entered Judas, called Iscariot, one of the 12, and Judas went to the chief priests and the officers of the temple guard and discussed with them how he might betray Jesus. Give me a page number. Well, that's how it's referenced. So it wouldn't be a specific page number, because each Bible is probably going to have different notes and different things, Dustin. But if you do Luke chapter 22, verses 1 through 6, then usually it has a problem with, or I don't want to say a problem. There is a translation piece that might come about. So I'm not even sure what translation this technically would be. That I'm reading from or whatever. So I'd have to do a lot more work into actually figuring out like where the Hebrew stands with the word Satan and what it's referencing at different points. But the name Satan is in there a couple of different times. Of course, like I said, they do say devil, evil one, that sort of stuff. Like they have other words for it type thing. Or different references or whatever. But as I was saying before, like the word Satan is typically utilized as a word that just means to stand against God, right? Satan is could be a number of people that are standing against God. Typically that is used as Lucifer, because Lucifer wanted to be godlike and stood against God in a holy war that cast him out. So usually when you reference in that, Luke 22, chapter 22, and then verses 1 through 6. And that's just talking about when Judas goes to betray Jesus. It talks about Satan entering him. Again, I don't know what translation your Bible might have. It might be different. The verbiage might be different. Like, obviously it wasn't written in English, right? So Luke probably would have been Greek, I think, because Luke is a scribe for Roman. So I think it was written in Greek. Might be written in Roman. I don't know. But most of the New Testament is written in Greek. A lot of the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. There's some Aramaic that gets put in there at different times. But like those translations and stuff, sometimes there's different pieces that are like, transconfigured, I guess, or whatever, or like, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Well, I guess I could go get rid of my stuff and then come back. Luke 22, 1 through 6. This site is saying that there is a specific word of Satan in verse 3. I could go back to a more direct one. The biggest one is where Christ calls Peter Satan. Pretty sure it's a big thing. That's Matthew 16:23. Again, those are just the actual word. of Satan. Ugh. Barrier. Everything's barrier. Rip. Purify seeds of hatred in hostile areas. Oh no, is that PvP areas? Is that this? Purify 1,000. I've never done PvP type stuff. This is rough. Yeah, that's the verse 3. Yeah, Destin, that's the one that I was talking about. That says the word Satan. Again, like I said, where does the translation kind of hit on that different stuff? I must be blood marked to use. I don't know how to do that. How do I do that? Mark for blood. I'm gonna die, chat. I'm gonna die. All right, let's get out there and do it. I don't know how to do this. I have 150 something seeds. Where does it tell me? Oh, 189 seeds.
I'm not ready yet.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna go turn in these seeds of hatred just a minute. So wait, did that work? I don't even know if that worked. Purify? How do I purify? I don't even know what I'm doing
Make
here.
the best of everything.
Is that this thing?
I always have stock for when you need it.
To be honest, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm gonna be completely honest.
No horse without a coin. Understand?
Cosmetic trophies? Oh my goodness. Alright, Dustin, let's talk. Let's see here. Yes, it does call him Satan, which weakens my argument. However, Anto Levi. That's the guy I was talking about. That's the guy, LeVay, whatever his name is. He attempted to contact Satan with no evidence of his existence. However, in his studies claims he found writings talking about Satan to be a metaphor for a set of rules or suggestions to a recommended lifestyle. So that would be equating Satan to have the powers of God, which is, I feel like, an incorrect understanding of who the Bible says Satan is. Satan is an angel. He wants to be like God, but he is not omnipresent, omniscient, altar of extraction. Maybe that's what I need to do. So like in the temps of Anton, and that was his name? Anton? I think his name was Anton. So he would have had to physically find Satan. Like, Satan is supposed to be a being that is just a being. Oh God, not good, not good. Again, my understanding, right? I'm not trying to say that I'm like some sort of typical scholar or something like that. Wait, really? These guys are just walking around together. I think I literally had like 3 seconds left. How many seconds did I have? Okay. Yeah. What is this? 34 seconds. We gotta go over there and kill those guys. Oh man, they all have like overshield and fortify and stuff. That was nuts. That's rough. I'm done with this. Screw trying to cleanse this. People have to be jerks. I mean, it's definitely not the easiest thing
How can I help?
being
I can break that down.
being a 1v2 in this scenario. Oh, there are multiples. Wait, did I repair? I don't think I repaired. Maybe I did repair. I don't know. I mean, I don't care what you type. I can tell you for a fact that I'm a follower of Christ. Not gonna be converting. That's for sure. Know who my Lord and Savior is, and he is enough for me. 100%. Alright, what is this? Oh, we probably need to do that one too. Oh. I'm trying to convert you. In my opinion, there's nothing to convert you to. Okay. That's what I was saying, Destin, that maybe the terminology, got to be careful on the different things. I'm not saying that I'm right either, but my understanding and what I have grown to know would be there is a being called Satan, and if you're a Satanist, then you would be following that being who stands against God, which would mean that when you stated earlier that a Christian could be both, it's like, no, a Christian loves and devotes himself to God, so he wouldn't want to stand against God. I don't know if I'll ever use caltrops, but it's the rogue one. Yeah, no, I know it. I know you're saying you're not trying to convert me. Oh, man. I get it. You're just doing rules for life, right? And so my premise or thought process on rules for life literally stem from who God is, and, you know, as far as just Jesus and what he taught and what the thought process there is, because there's nothing that I can do to reconcile me to good graces with God, because I'm totally, you know, 100% on the form of creator. And so in looking at it, the only thing that has been different across religions from what I have studied is who Christ is. And that typically boils into the idea or the thought process. No. Sorry, I'm focusing up.
I'm not ready yet.
Got him. Blues. He dropped a bunch of blues, chat. Worst time ever. But anyway, in my time of searching and looking at different religions and everything, the only one that was anything different from other ones was Christianity, and that's just pointing at the fact that Christ paid a perfect sacrifice to reconcile us back to God. And I know this is like, you know, this goes all into belief system, and like reconcile wouldn't need to be reconciled because none of this really happened in the first place. Like maybe it's something that you're thinking, which I completely can get or whatever. But that just makes me go back to the point of like, okay, who were the 12 disciples, and why did they start a world religion in believing this person? And you know, like something real must have happened there, because for the most part, if you follow the story and you say, well, they just made it up or whatever, then they made themselves have terrible lives for the sake of a lie. And, you know, usually in a human nature aspect, you would do stuff that betters your life and not intentionally harm your life. And by that I mean, like, you wouldn't just stand out against the government of a new place that you came to because you just wanted, like, it just doesn't make any sense. They imprison you, they take you away because they think you're trying to make overthrow the government type thing. Like, the people in power don't want to lose their power, you know, that sort of scenario. And so those people were imprisoned and had, you know, really awful lives, and then eventually get put to death for this thing that they believe in. And so it always just made me think, like, okay, well, if they're willing to do that, then what on earth made them think, you know, made them go, yeah, I'm gonna choose this because this is better. So yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a justification of my faith. It's just where my thought process went on trying to pinpoint what I deem true or what I deem necessary, or not necessary, but just what I deem to be real, I guess. So, you know, and you might come back, you know, with the 9 pillars or whatever, that seem all decent, good, you know, rules to live by, you know, like you said, like, you know, curtailing your carnal instincts type things. Like, overall, I would say that that's probably a pretty decent thing. But I don't think by what we do gets us, and again, this is me believing in the creator and everything. My understanding and belief is that what we do does not dictate getting right with the creator. And that basically stems from, like, Christ's teachings, in the sense that, you know, believing in God, believing there's an afterlife. Christ says it is easier for a camel to enter through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to go to heaven, because rich men usually are all out for themselves. And not all the time, but usually. Oh, look, it's a spider of some kind. So, anyway, I don't necessarily want to preach or anything like that. Not here for a preaching moment. But I won't shy away. I'll talk about it if you want to. I typically enjoy these type of conversations, though. Usually pretty thought-provoking. And I mean, you taught me something new today, so I appreciate that. Oh, not funny. I think he's not a hardcore player, right? Does he despawn? God. Relax. I don't know why I decided to go touch him. He's passing him up. Oh my gosh. You have to give me a second there. No, I didn't want to take that. Oh, fudge me. I knew I shouldn't have been playing close to that.
Time to do that. I need more time.
Do I continue trying to kill him? Well, we beat him. Well, we beat him. All right. Whew. All right. Okay, Destin. First of all, Anton wasn't fond of Christians. Okay, makes sense. Don't take it too harshly. Oh my God, that scared me. I thought you were gay. I was looking over reading chat, and then I thought he like respawned. Second, not all words are literal. Satan represents indulgence. Instead of absence, Satan represents vital existence. Instead of spiritual pipe dreams, Satan represents undefiled wisdom. Instead of hypocritical self-deceit, Satan represents kindness. of those who deserve it. Instead of time wasted in ingrates, Satan represents vengeance. Instead of turning the other cheek, Satan represents responsibility to the responsible. Instead of concern for physic vampires, okay, Satan represents man as just another animal. Sometimes better. More often worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious creature animal of all. Satan represents all of the so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, and emotional gratification. Okay. Let me mull that over for a little bit. Just utilizing the term innocence to more or less mean self-indulgence. Jesus, there are so many enemies here, it's nuts. I'm gonna die here. This is ridiculous. I had no shot there. There's too many dang enemies. Alright, just need to destroy one more corpse pile. Okay, well, I can see where you're getting at. Psychic vampires. Psychic vampires. So, are you telling me that Anton basically, which, you know, I'm not going to disagree on him on this at all, in the sense that there are many Christians who say one thing but do a different type thing. Such as, like, supposed to live to help the poor and be kind to those around, and yet they're probably some of the more judgmental people out there. Oh, I need dinner. Oh shoot, it's 7. What do we want to do for dinner, chat? That's the question. What do we want to do for dinner? Dustin, what are you doing for dinner? .7. Maximum energy +2. That sucks. Vulnerable damage +5, but damage to close and damage to poison with barrier generation. Not feeling it. 0.7 is not enough. Damn, didn't get over to it. He doesn't like seeing Christians abusing for find loopholes in their own rules. Oh yeah, 100%. Like men sleeping with women. Oh yeah, yep. Asking forgiveness, sleeping with women, repeat. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm with you on there. So, Dustin, there's a part inside of in Jesus' teaching that literally states, and it's probably one of the most scary verses for Christians, for like true believers and that sort of stuff. So Christ is talking to the Pharisees, and he says, you know, after all is done on the day of judgment, you will come to me and you'll say, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not expel demons in your name? How is it that you can judge me to be, cast out, right? Like, how are you judging me to have death and not eternal life? Because we did all these things for you in your name. And Christ says, away from me, you evildoers, I never knew ye. So we literally have people who are espousing to be Christian or, live by faith, live in accordance to God, and all that sort of stuff. And Christ says that on the day of judgment, those people will be turned away and will be cast out. And there's references to the lake of fire, burning sulfur, that sort of stuff, which is that's the Christian version of hell or whatever. That after death you have eternal death in hell, if you don't believe in Christ, because Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through him. That's his teachings and everything. Anyway, long story short with that, when you're saying seeing Christians who find loopholes in the sense of just asking for forgiveness and then continue on sinning, like even the Apostle Paul states that it's by grace that we have been saved. Like, it's a free gift from God through Jesus' sacrifice on the cross. I'm just throwing out what we believe here. And then so through that grace, we should have a reverence and a respect for God and all that he did for us, which makes us want to live correctly and right, both from, with our respect to him and the respect of those around us. And there are many people who hide underneath the guise of, I can continue doing stuff wrong and then just ask for forgiveness because, it's okay type thing. Which is a wrong justification and an absolutely immoral. And that's where Christ's saying, like, away from me, you evildoers, I never knew ye. It's like, but I believed in you, I said your name a couple of times. We talked in prayer maybe. And it's like, bro, like I didn't know you at all. Like, you're crazy. You're crazy. Like, you're going to sit there and try and tell me that you did all this good stuff. And it's like your heart was stone. Your heart was terrible. That's just like a news flash to us or whatever. But anyway, I would 100% agree on that there are many people who believe that they are saved, who do not devote or believe in themselves. Sorry, I have a site up that's doing ads. That's what that crazy blip was. I'm following a build order. I just need to look here. Okay, it's impetuous and then it's puncture. I think I can remember that. I can turn that off. Anyway, so I would agree with you wholeheartedly on that. All right, listen. Do you think Jesus forgives those who lost their way or was punished into a bad life where they did bad things? And don't say we all have choices. We don't choose to steal to eat. Okay. So Dustin, those morality type questions are very interesting, and can be very, very, convoluted. And it can be very tough. So when you say forgive those who have lost their way, there's a parable that Jesus talks about, and it's called the prodigal son. This is just as close as I can think about it. Basically, there's a dad who has two sons. All right. And one son comes to the father and says, hey, I'm going to take my inheritance right now because I don't want to do anything. I don't want to inherit the farm that you have, the whatever. Yeah, the farm, the vineyard, whatever they have. I don't remember exactly what it is. But anyway, I want to take my inheritance now, and I'm getting out of here. And the father's like, please don't go. But he's adamant. And so the father abides by that. And he says, okay, here you go. Be on your way. So he takes his inheritance and he goes and squanders it, right? He goes to the city and does a whole bunch of stuff. Gambles, sleeps with women, blah, blah, blah. And he eventually gets into the spot where he has spent all his money and he is now living with the animals, right? So he's like eating the slop that the pigs eat. in order to eat food. And so in the parable, the prodigal son, which is the one who went and squandered everything, the other son stayed and was working toward his inheritance by working the vineyard, working the fields, blah, blah, blah. And so that prodigal son eventually returns after squandering everything and not being, responsible with his money and everything, and doing what was against the wishes of the father. He comes back, and the father embraces him with open arms that he has returned. And he accepts and has the fattened calf killed for a feast for the return of the son. And so with that, I do believe that there is a forgiveness and a return that is acceptable underneath God's eyes, right? Now, with that regard or with that respect, there's a part of me that would go into where that stems from or how that comes about, which would be much more like, it's like a viewpoint, right? So someone may say they follow Christ, fall way far away, and then come back, in the sense of what the parable is talking about, and that you actually return home and you actually get in the good graces of your father, and he works for his inheritance and that sort of thing, right? He does what is right in he's honoring his father. And that's one way to view it, right? That viewpoint is from the person, and that person has gone out and then returned back. From what I truly believe, in the sense of from a godly standpoint, since God is outside of time and outside of this realm, what I would believe is that the prodigal son was never with the father in the first place. He was always in the city wanting to do the terrible things and that sort of stuff. That's where his heart was at all times. And so the reconcile part, when he comes back to the father and wants to be reconciled, is really the sense of him actually coming to faith and wanting to be with the father. And so just to highlight different things. So the prodigal son would be someone who left the graces and came back. The father would be God or Christ, Jesus. And then the person who sticks with the father would just be like your regular Christian. But in the sense of that other son who was there, he was filled with jealous and envy that the son was brought back with open arms and given a feast, and the father curtails or reasons back with him in the sense of like, how dare you be mad at the sense that my son has returned? Like, you should be be praising and be happy that he has returned to me. And so, there's a jealous envy type thing. And it's basically teaching those that are in the good faith that you should be joyous when people come to God, not envious that they are getting life type thing. Just one of the teachings, but that's the whole point of the other son being in the parable. But anyway, with that, when you talk about like choosing to steal to eat and that sort of stuff, I am not one to know the intricacies of the morality that is of that nature, right? Like preservation of self and then stealing when you're not supposed to steal. I feel there's a conscience within me that understands why that would be a thing. I would just hope that the person who steal wouldn't rely on stealing in infinity, like wouldn't just continue on stealing because it's available. It's like dire needs and then wanting to try and, make up for that wrong. I feel like that's where the heart condition comes into play, right? So if I'm stealing to eat and then I have justified that the only way that I'm going to eat is to steal, that I feel like is wrong, because your condition of your heart is that I'm just going to keep stealing from the fruits of other people's labor in order to gain for myself. Whereas I'm extremely hungry. I'm feel like I'm going to die. I need to steal this apple pie off this windowsill because it's the only nourishment that I can find. And then in that regard, once you've you know, done that wrong, you would go back to that person. You say like, hey, I am so sorry I did this, but I went and got a different apple pie because now I have the means to. Here's your apple pie back. You know, that sort of thing, making that amends. But if a person is just stealing to steal to steal to steal, and has become complacent with the idea of like, well, it's morally justified because I need to eat, therefore I can continue to steal. That's where the problem, I feel like, comes into play. Or like a very big problem. Because we are told not to steal. So, you know, there's a sticky situation there that I feel like, you know, has a point to it. So even in the sense of like when you're talking about needing to steal from someone, if someone notices, as a Christian, if I notice that there is someone in need who really, really needs something, like in the sense of starving, I am ordered to go and help those people, because what I do for the least of my brother, I do for Christ, right? So like, in order for me to help Christ in that situation, or he equates himself to being a needy person, right? And so like, I'm supposed to give them clothes to wear. I'm supposed to give them food to eat if that is so necessary or so needed. So, yeah, with that being, you know, in the line of what you're asking and stuff, yes, there is reconciling for doing bad things. You should not strive to do bad things because of justification. That's where when I was talking about Paul way long ago, Paul makes a reference and he says like, it is for grace that we have been saved. And he later on goes like, okay, now that we have grace and we have this free gift from God, should we keep on sinning? And he says, by no means do we continue to indulge in sinful nature or sinful actions, because we're just covered with grace, right? Like, I got a free ticket, therefore I can go do whatever terrible thing I want to do. He's like, by no means. The thought process should be, I have this wonderful gift that I didn't do anything for, but was given to me, and I want to repay that. And how do I do that? By living right, by following the commandments, so on and so forth. And living a moral life. And you know, when it comes down to morality, you know in your heart when something is wrong, right? Like when you do something and you feel like a shame, or you feel, you know, like I shouldn't have done that, I wish I could take it back, that sort of thing. I feel like that's an internal moral compass that we all have and we all know. We just don't, in today's society, attribute that to being a divine creation from a creator. Anyway, there's my soapbox or whatever. There's my preaching for the day. Oh, it's morning where you're at, so you're having breakfast. Well, it's night where I'm at. I want some dinner, but I don't know what I want. Part of me just says, go into the kitchen and just grab something quick and then continue playing. But then part of me is like, I should go get something because it'd be easier. I could just pay for something. Oh, okay. I feel like I've wanted to help people and be a nice person for the majority of my young life, but nowadays, over years, people have used you. I feel you on that. That's a rough situation, dude. Did me wrong in several ways and just did so many bad things to me that I cracked. Now I've become a bad person and I'm not the same kind of caring, charitable person anymore. So Dustin, I feel like I'm just going to stop halfway through. I feel like in a situation of that regard, it would behoove you and be, smart of you to find new people, right? Like if people are taking advantage of you, man, and being terrible, and I 100% feel like there's no lost cause, right? Like you can definitely move back into good graces and that sort of thing. Like there's no not coming back, right? And so I don't want to say that like, oh, now, you know, definitely don't take away from the fact of like, oh, you're doing terrible things, therefore you're done. Like, absolutely not. You got days, weeks, months, years to make, and I'm going to go with that, make choices to move things in right directions. It is terrible to hear that you've been wronged in such a way that would, you know, make you have a hard shell or a thick skin in that sort of nature. And so that I feel for you 100%. Like that's not right. And people wronging you in that way is very sad to hear. And that's the world that we live in, you know. And I'm going to continue the second half of this. But I would hope that you would find a way, or a group of people that are supportive of you and not trying to take advantage of you, in that sort of sense. I would hope that would come about. And I'll be praying that would come into your life, because that's a rough, I don't know, man. I just feel for you right now, like real talk. That sucks, man. I really do feel for you, and I don't know how I can, like, you know, I want to come over there and help you. I don't know what I can do from so far away. All right, I'm gonna go to the second part here. Become a bad person, and then you're not the caring, charitable person. You've done bad things. I don't like who I've become, but I feel like I can't change my situation, who the world has forced me to be. Oh, okay. The world, not just any single group I'm around, and even if those I'm close with treat me well, society doesn't. Well, Dustin, here's what I can say about that. So Christ talks about being in the world and not of the world. And, you know, I know that you're not Christian at this point or this moment, but it is really interesting to me to hear you say that, because Christ, I want to give you an actual verse if I can. Basically the premise is Christ says that know that the world hates you because of me, and know that they hated me first. I just don't know. I don't remember exactly what the verbiage is. Okay, John 15:18. If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. And I know, like, that's probably has like very minimal meaning to you in the sense, but so in the process of what Christ was saying to his disciples is that, look, along this path that you go to make my church, you are going to come into places that despise you and hate you. And with that, just know that he was there and took brutal punishment and, you know, societal outcasting and all that sort of stuff first. And then in following those teachings, when you say that those terrible, hateful things that have been done to you have caused you to wander into things that you would consider not to be the best decisions or outcomes of different things. I'm trying to remove the word bad. I don't know why, but when you say that, bad things happen. So in the Garden of Gethsemane, when Jesus is being arrested before his crucifixion, Peter, who's supposed to be one of like the lead disciples, right? Like Jesus and Peter talk a lot, and Christ actually tells Peter, like, I'm going to build my church on your rock, right? Like you are Peter, rock, Simon Peter. Like that's what, anyway. So in this sense, in the garden, when he's getting arrested, Peter takes his sword and cuts off the ear of one of the guards who's coming to arrest him, basically like starting a scuffle, right? Like he cuts off an ear, and Christ picks up the ear and says, stop, this is not how we do things. and puts his ear back onto, or he heals the ear, right? Puts the ear back onto the guard's head. And in that sense, like, Peter does something egregious, right? Terrible, right? But Christ doesn't like kick him out of the church or you know, take away being with Peter. Like, Peter goes on to establish the church in much of Asia. like he works very well, or maybe he goes up into Greece, parts of Asia into Greece. I know that Paul, I'd have to go into a lot of I haven't studied enough to know the after of the Bible, as far as like where Peter went, where Simon went, where Simon went, James, John, all those guys. Was wronged first. What about BC? Wait, what? Okay. Hold on, Dustin. Can you expand that a little bit? I was on a rant there. I don't know what I said. Was wronged first. Anyway, I'm just making of the point of like, just because things happen that are not of the best nature, it doesn't mean that we lose. Well, I know you mean before Christ, but I'm not sure what we mean by wronged first. Was wronged first. It was a joke. Oh, as far as they hated me first. As far as before Christ. Well, okay, so in the sense of trying to equate Jesus to God. So at the end of John, the book of John, I want to make sure I have this right. I used to know it. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's at the end of John chapter 18. Maybe it's not the end of John, not the end of the book of John, but at the end of a chapter. I think it's John chapter 8, but I could be wrong. I want to look this up. Hold on. So when you talk about before Christ, it is the end of John chapter 8, by the way. So I'm just going to read this. So Jesus is before a crowd, right? And they're accusing him of... Okay, I'm just going to read this whole entire thing instead of just paraphrasing. All right. So these are Jesus' claims about himself. He says, the Jews answered him, aren't we right in saying that you are Samaritan and demon-possessed? And Christ says, I am not demon-possessed, but I honor my Father, and you dishonor me. I am not seeking glory for myself, but there is one who seeks it, and he is the judge. Very truly I tell you, whoever obeys my word will never see death. At this they exclaimed, now we know that you are demon-possessed. Abraham died, and so did the prophets. Yet you say that whoever obeys your word will never taste death. Are you greater than our father Abraham? He died, and so did the prophets. Who do you think you are? Jesus replied, if I glorify myself, my glory means nothing. My Father, whom you claim as your God, is the one who glorifies me. Through you, though you do not know him, I know him. If I said I did not, I would be a liar like you. But I do know him and obey his word. Your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He saw it and was glad. And then they reply back, you are not yet 50 years old, they said to him, and you have seen Abraham? Very truly I tell you, Jesus answered, before Abraham was born, I am. And in the sense of those words of I am, he's basically espousing or saying in the sense that the same way that God spoke to Moses in the burning bush and he says I am, that's what Christ is saying in the actual Hebrew there. This sense of like the same I don't know the Hebrew, but anyway, the same utterance of I am that God uses to talk to Moses in the burning bush is the same iteration that Christ uses there in saying that before Abraham I am. And then it says, at that, let me continue to read. At this, they picked up stones to stone him, but Jesus hid himself, slipping away from the temple grounds. So, like, they were going to kill him because of his blasphemy, in their eyes. But you know, that's just Jesus making a claim of himself, saying like, yo, I'm God. Jesus is apparently a part of God, so that kind of makes sense, right? That's what he's claiming, right? And so, like I said, the more that I looked around trying to figure out what I thought was kind of right or different things, there is a piece that always came back to like, okay, who is Jesus and who does he say he is? And it's like completely different. So most religions that I've heard, looked at, researched about are all about penitence toward God, right? So like, we do something wrong, we have to make up for that wrongdoing. Do something bad, we have to make up for that wrongdoing. And that framework should not be the premise of how you live at all. The premise of what should be lived is Jesus came, took on the sin that we all did, paid the price to give us a path back to union with God. And that free gift makes us want to do right by other people, makes us want to do right by God, makes us want to do right by ourselves, right? So God first, people then ourselves. But so when you've expressed like, I've done some bad things, I want you to know that there's not like I need to do these things before I get right? Like that's against what I believe. What I believe is that literally you just like, yo, God, I want to be a follower of you. Like I want to change, I want something different, and I want to follow you. And, you know, I might not have the most sound presentation here, because it's not simply just a prayer. There has to be a shift or a change, and I would hope that off of this little conversation that there would be things that you begin to take aware of in your life that would, you know. I swear I typed it before you said it. Well, I mean, I read it, so it makes sense. Yeah. I feel you, Dustin. It's just I just want you to know that like, it's a free gift from God, and there's nothing that you would need to do in order to get in good graces, right? So when I talk about that prodigal son who leaves and comes back, you don't have to make a trek or anything like that. Like, you don't have to, I don't know, give money to the poor, or you know, go to a certain location, or you know, go to a priest and have them absolve you or anything like that. Like, no, this is just between you and your creator. And then off of that, hopefully you would find an interest or an intrigue that you would want to learn and do more. And that should grow out of you, right? So, you know, and that's if and all by means, if this is hitting you in any way, that would be a thing. Just know that from a Christian perspective, from a true Christian perspective, you are more than welcome into the family. And it does not matter where you've been or what you've done. You know, that heart can change at any moment, and you can live a different life. 100%. It ain't easy. Because, so, just in the sense, Dustin, here, like, I'm on here talking about this across the internet, right? Like, people could come in here and give me a whole bunch of crap about it, and that's fine. Like, totally understand. It's not a big deal. Because I know who I am, right? I know who my savior is. And so that's where my brain's always been at it, or with it. But yeah. I don't know. Other questions? Other thoughts? How you feeling? I hope things are good. I'm hungry. Ooh, what's the special? Every 100 energy you spend, reduce your ultimate skills cooldown by 5 seconds. I don't even have an ultimate skill. Hmm. Justin, when you say you got no answer, what made you feel that you got no answer? Like, are you expecting an audible response? I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not have an audible response. I've been given no signs. Okay, so you're expecting some sort of like awe expressing, amazing. So you're expecting Saul. Okay, so you ever heard of the Apostle Paul? Apostle Paul used to be a man named Saul. Saul. It just sounds weird in the mic, but anyway. Saul was a Pharisee that we talked about earlier, who actually did terrible things to Christians, right? He would go to Christians and say, you're blaspheming against God, you must be put to death, that sort of thing. So he's like stoning Christians, imprisoning Christians, all that sort of stuff. On his road to Damascus one glorious afternoon, I don't know exactly what time it was. Anyway, his donkey stops in the middle of the road that he's riding toward Damascus or whatever. And he expresses to the donkey, like, you know, hold on, I might have this wrong. No, talking donkey was, I think, somewhere else. Different person. Saul gets blinded. No, it is the donkey. Is it the donkey? Maybe not the talking donkey. Anyway, Saul, I think, has a vision or something. He goes blind, right? And he's blind. He has a vision of Christ, I believe. And Christ asks him why he's torturing Christians and being, you know, evil toward them. And he goes blind. I want to say this is correct. Anyway, he presents himself before the group of Pharisees, and he, like, the people that he came from, and he expresses that, you know, Christ is Lord, and he actually changes himself from Saul to Paul, or, like, you know, has a new identity in Christ. And in front of this group that he's expressing his newfound faith after having that crazy moment, he loses the scales, like things like scales, I believe, fall from his eyes. I would have to refresh myself on this story, but that is that the kind of thing that you're kind of wanting, is some sort of like lambastic, crazy intervention that would kind of like prove to you? Because part of me, like, I don't want to say that like, obviously it could happen, right? God is God, right? He can do whatever he wants. The only thing that comes to mind when thinking about it, or in the premise of this, is the fact that Christ says that when you knock, the door will be opened. Like, if you're wanting that to happen, it will be open. Like, he espouses that. So I don't know what the timing is. I don't know what the thought process is. I am not God. I don't know. But he does assure that those who seek find. They knock and the door will be open to them. So I'm not sure, but I can tell you he's calling to you, because we're having this conversation right now. Like, what are the chances that you come in and you just start talking, and all of a sudden we go down this crazy religious road, and he's trying to talk to you about it, right? And so, like, you're like, yeah, this is just some guy across the world who happens to be Christian talking to me, da 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 da. But what if it's not divine? Like, what if there's not a divine intervention here, that he's like, hey, he's reaching out, right? Like, hey, I'm here. People keep talking to you about it, you know? And instead of having that lambastic, like, here's the holy paper that showed up out of the sky type thing, it's more or less just like, he's putting people in your life, and there's different connections that are there. If he is, he better know I'm at. Oh, he probably knows, my man. He probably knows. I mean, that's probably the reason we're having a conversation right now. I hope I'm putting out a justification of like, hey, there's something there, but you know, it's not on me. Just, you know, just I would say I'd love to say, yeah, just go pray and it's gonna happen. But I don't know. I'm just a guy. I'm not God. And I'm not gonna test God to come show himself to you. But I do say that I wasn't expecting to have a conversation of this nature tonight, but we are having it, and I would say that it's just like in the sense of when we're talking about different things, different stories keep popping into my head. Why do different stories keep popping into my head? I don't know. It's just like, oh, I heard that. Like, there's teachings that I've read over here. Oh, there's teachings that I've read over there. And so I like those things are being fed to me at different times, right? And so like, even with it, I start going a certain direction when I was talking about the talking donkey, but I'm pretty sure that's an Old Testament verse. And so when I started talking that way, something said, no, that's wrong. Like, wait a minute. No, that's wrong. So then I had to sit there and correct myself. I don't know. I feel like there's something supernatural that is, is moving here. This type of stuff always like makes me think like there's different times in my life where crazy occurrences have happened. Like, we went on a mission trip once and we were supposed to be cleaning and painting a basketball court, like repainting the lines and all that sort of stuff. And all of our supplies the day before we got there got stolen from the shed at the church, right? They had all the paint, they had all the stuff ready to be able to be done at this church. And it got broken into the night before we got there, and they took everything. They took all the paint, they took all the mixers, they took all the rollers, whatever, blah, 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 paintbrushes, all that sort of stuff, all the different painting supplies. And we're sitting there and we're going like, well, we don't have funds. Like, we're not going to be able to do this, all that sort of stuff. Literally the night that we got there, the police get a call from a neighbor who sees someone who usually doesn't have anything get all this painting supplies randomly. And they tip the police off to say like, yeah, this guy did not pay for this stuff. So if you have somebody missing something, it's over here. And it's just like, I don't know. That sort of thing I feel like would never really happen. That a neighbor would just be like, yo, think they stole some stuff, and then that just gets connected randomly. And I truly think it's just like that person had the intention that they were going to get some stuff, maybe pawn some stuff, that sort of stuff. And God was like, hey, guess what? I need this for the work that needs to be done. Because, I don't know how that spirals in. We paint the new basketball court. Somebody comes to church and plays basketball and gets witnessed to, that sort of stuff can always happen. And you never know, but there's rhymes and reasons for all sorts of different stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen that Shia LaBeouf clip when he's like, I can't reckon it, right? And so it's like there's a farmer and his son, and they're sharecroppers, right? And they're just like working on the crop, or they're working for someone else, right? Some other landlord, and they hit the lottery. The old man dies and gives them the crop. I don't know, but they come into being a landowner, right? And people are like, what good fortune for you. Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. It's great, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, nope. The father is like, nope, can't reckon it. Don't know if this is good or not. Not sure. And so later on, as they're working and tilling the field or whatever, his son breaks his leg. I don't remember if oxen hits it. I don't really know. But his son breaks his leg while working in the field. And people come to him and say, oh, how travesty, like your son's leg is shattered. He can't walk anymore. He's bedridden, or whatever. You have to heal, right? They have to heal. And he just steps back and he goes, nope, can't reckon. I don't know if this is a bad thing. This might not be a bad thing. It's kind of rough, but I don't know if it's a bad thing. So later on, month or two goes by or whatever, and kid is still bedridden or whatever, confined to a wheelchair or whatever you want to extend it. 500 to 1,000 samurai come over the hill going for battle. They come to the town and they tell the father, you must give us your son. We need him to go fight in the war. Old man looks at me and goes, I'm sorry, sir, I can't. He's bedridden. He's got a broken leg. He's not going to be any good to you. He's wasted sword, wasted horse. And so they don't take him, and they ride off into battle, and all 1,000 samurai die. And so I guess the moral or the thought process of the story would be is that even though times may be tough in the current setting, or times might be good in the current setting, you never know what's around the bend or what's next. And so I don't know, it's just interesting in that regard. And so, like I said, in the current venture, you might be trying to seek and maybe just not hearing what it is that you necessarily want to hear, but he might be reaching out to you, and I feel at one point it'll click for you, you know? I just feel like if God does exist, he's abandoned me. I've been through a lot, and I've tried to reach out to him, but I've gotten nothing, just pain. That's rough to hear, Dustin, man. I'm feeling for you, dog. I'm feeling for you. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Just know I'm here. If you want to talk, anytime. We don't have to go this deep. We can talk about, I don't know, football, or I don't know. That's the only thing I know about. I'm a football freak. We can always go this deep if you want to. Doesn't matter to me. I just need to be better prepared. Got to get all my ducks in a row. I think I'm gonna go get a sandwich. You guys feeling a sandwich? I'm feeling a sandwich. Nah, Dustin, I would just keep it open, man. You know? I wouldn't say that there's a fail. Alright? I wouldn't say there's a fail. I don't know if you need it from a logicality standpoint. I don't know if you need it from a I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that you just need to alter expectations. Like I'm not sure where you're getting an idea of fail from. That's the part that's not meshing with me currently, you know. And no, Dustin, by the way, it's cool, man. You ever want to talk? It's whatever. Go eat. I might sleep. Thanks for chatting and everything. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll be on for a couple more hours if you want to keep talking. Cool with me. Doesn't matter. I played this game so much, I need to quit. Just have good religion talks. We can talk about the Mormons. Wait, what is that? I can't remember this South Park tune. But, man, they got some wacky stuff up in there. That's for sure. What, Patricia? What kind of sandwich am I gonna get? It'd probably just be a meat and cheese sandwich, like a turkey and cheese sandwich. Just that lunch meat. That was me throwing the lunch meat on the pieces of bread. I made a hand motion and I decided that you guys couldn't see me. Dustin, you have a good one, dude. Just know I'll be praying for you. You know? And hey, I'm just gonna sit here and say the tantamounts that you expressed, I feel like are not bad things. Right? The curtailing of the worldly endeavors is very respectable and understandable, but I just definitely wouldn't I would be very careful with the sense of what other meanings are happening in there, right? Like that's just where I go. Like if it's striving to be good in nature And I would expound, like you said, like, hey, be respectful to those who deserve respect. I would say be respectful, right? And so I wouldn't limit my areas of it. That's just from a Christian perspective, right? And so, but I completely understand and can respect the idea of what you've had to go through with the idea of, you know, having people that have not respected you in the way that you've respected them, which is definitely hard and troublesome experiences to go through. I usually just remove myself from any of those situations. Just be like, nope, we're done. You're done. I won't see you again. But I try not to be, you know, disrespectful. Let's put it that way. Like, if my respect is not respected, then I move on, but I don't go to a disrespect. Let's put it that way. So. But yeah, man, if you have questions or thoughts or different things of that nature, I'd be more than happy to have talks with you. You can message the page too. I'll talk with you. Easy peasy. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna have some food at some point. Patricia, you too? What? Throwing meat on the bread? Of course, for additional effects. I don't know what that means. All right, see you, Dustin. You have a good one, bud. Hope things start turning around. Enjoy the lamp. I love lamp. Combo breaker. I don't know if I want that or I want this. I kind of like the inner sight thing. Oh, Patricia, we'll talk about that in a minute. I'm gonna go get some food and we'll talk about that from a personal standpoint. Oh, all right. I'll be back in probably like 5 minutes or so. Just gonna go throw a sandwich together, I think. I don't know how my body's gonna like that, but I'm gonna throw a sandwich together. I think my body wants more calories, but I'm not gonna give it to it. All right. Back in 5 minutes. Hey guys. All right. Back. Not really here. I think I'm gonna turn into watching the women's team play in the World Cup. Oh, that's what I think we're gonna do. I mean, we're not gonna watch it, but I'm gonna watch it. So I'm gonna have my dinner, quote unquote. Where'd my water go? Rip. Then I'm gonna watch. They're at the 8-minute, so it's pretty much the rest of my night. Let's be honest. Might get off of here at halftime or something like that. Might just go watch it in general. Anyway, Patricia, how you doing? How was the day? Oh, so I saw that, Patricia. I've been thinking about it. I don't know if I will or not. I probably will. Eventually. But not technically on the radar, like, must see it. I really just want to see Oppenheimer. Okay, he's 26. I thought that guy was 86. I was about to be pissed. Work sucks. I hate the hours. That's rough. That's rough. I think my hours suck, but that's just because I'm not fond of clocking in for someone else. I really don't mind my job, though. Make them 9:30 to 5:30. Can you go that short? You just not have a lunch or something like that? Just snack on the side. Good to me. Literally just watching the USA go up and down the down the pitch. Don't mind it as long as I can do my work, not everyone else's. Oh, yeah, those days are rough. All right, hey, could you just do your job? That'd be great. Stop making me have to do it. That'd be 8 hours. Yeah, I don't have lunch. Rip. I heard something about a bill making the work week 32 hours. I think that'd be awesome. I'd still work 40, get 8 hours of overtime. me working 10 hours a day, Monday through Thursday, is actually not that bad. Well, I say that because I'm not driving. If I was driving, I'd go back to 8 hours. 100%. Because if I had a 30-minute to 45-minute drive, I'm basically making it a 10-hour day with driving. Haven't been able to watch a lot because of work. Oh, rip. You just rewatching to stay up with what I'm doing. Just playing Diablo, grinding away. We go up some levels, we go down some levels. My stream froze. Give me my stream back. I missed the goal. Oh, dude, my stream froze and then it never picked back up and then all of a sudden there's a goal. What the heck? Why does it keep pausing? I'm so mad at this thing. I think I need to just go watch it. Turn off stream. Uh-oh. I think my computer's dying. Right, well. All right, let's look here. Big deep ball down the right side. Come in, float to the middle. Oh, that's not the goal. What happened with the goal? I didn't get to see it. Will you be on tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. You can go watch your football. It's not football, it's football. I'm watching the U.S. women's team. They're playing Vietnam in the World Cup. The stream keeps dying. Just keeps pausing. Which makes me think, yeah, I'll probably just go watch it. Ugh, just need to... Wonder what channel this is on. Oh my gosh, dude. I get 3 seconds and then it dies. Over and over and over again. Really starting to piss me off. But yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time I'll be on tomorrow, but I'll be on tomorrow. I got some work I gotta do tomorrow. Like, physical work. I have to clean off my shed and clean off my front entryway. Because I'm gonna be painting it with my parents this next weekend. Yeah, yuck. Yeah, exactly. How terrible, right? But yeah, the paint has become really faded, so needs to be updated. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what it looks like. I have some colors, but I'm not really sure if they're the right colors. It's gonna be a beige on blue, like blue accents with a beige. I'm not really sure if that's... I feel like it should probably be gray on blue, because the blue tones would be next to each other, but I don't think the gray blue goes with the red brick. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Mom and Dad helping a plus? Yeah. Well, the reason I'm painting is because mom and dad wanted something to do. Well, dad wanted something to do. I kid you not. He comes up and he keeps talking to me. We need to paint that. Why? Not that big of a deal. No, it's fading. It needs painting. Like, what? Go look at your own house. Go do stuff at your own house. Your fence is falling apart. Go fix that. Gray and blue is pretty. Yeah. It's going to be a beige. That's the problem. I don't know if beige is going to look good or not. Yes, my dad does not know how to turn off. Work, work, work. My mom, it's Friday. My mom sends me a picture at 3 o'clock saying, yeah, we got back from the farm at 1 o'clock. And she's sending me all the places that they mowed and whatnot. I'm like, this man got off work on Thursday and decided I'm going to go to the farm and do 6 hours of mowing. Instead of let's have a weekend and do some fun stuff. He always states or expresses, he's like, doing stuff costs money. It's like, yeah, mowing the lawn costs money, right? Gas, equipment. We told him, we were like, we're going to make you see Oppenheimer when we're up here. Because at least that would be like historical and maybe a little bit better like reference point for him so that he would actually kind of enjoy it. And he goes, I'm not going to pay $10 to go sleep in a theater. Like, what? Why don't you go watch the movie? It could be fun, you know? You could experience something new. Instead of watching Andy Griffith for the 736th time. That you don't really care about watching, but you just find funny moments in. Anyway. Honor thy father and mother, right? Yep, I saw Sound of Freedom. It was pretty good. It didn't shock me. I mean, I knew that I was in the whole Epstein Island, you know, conspiracy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that should have been a goal. That should have been the second goal for the U.S. But, yeah, I saw Sound of Freedom. Oh, yeah. I thought it was a good movie. And, you know, for people who don't know about it, right? Like, there's an ignorance out there of the truth is. It could probably be pretty eye-opening. But, like I said, for me, it was like, yeah, pretty sad. Just, like, the condition and stuff. And, you know, as far as the premise of what happened in there, it just is really unfortunate, you know, how things went down for the people and stuff. But, yeah, overall, it's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy that it's so prevalent and just out there all the time, you know, as far as just like human trafficking out there. And, you know, you don't think it's close to home, but it's definitely close to home. I mean, you talked about your friend or maybe it was your sister or someone who, you know, had the run-in at a store. Yeah, it's based on a true story. Yep. But like, you know, so in the going and seeing of Sound of Freedom, I love the movie Taken, right? Like it fantasizes the father going and getting his daughter back, but like to say that that's not a thing, it's 100% a thing. and it's prevalent, and it's definitely not just adults, right? Your friend put something on her door? Wait, what do you mean by put something on her door? Like a camera, like a door cam or whatever, like a Ring camera? I just remember you saying something about your friend like being in a store and people trying to. Oh, they put something on her car door? Oh god. That's what I've seen a video of a girl who's putting her groceries away, and these two guys are like just circling her car, and then they shove her in the car, and both get in, and they all drive away together. You touch it and pass out, and then they got, oh jeez. I didn't know that was a thing. I want to watch my car door handles. Make sure I don't get anything like that. I'm not a target. but yeah, that is terrible. That's really scary. I didn't know that it actually like made you pass out. I didn't think that was a thing. That part's news to me. I didn't know that. I always thought, or I always knew that those, whatever, tissues or whatever they put on the door, like gum or whatever, I don't remember exactly what it is, but I thought they just like put tissue and stuff in there to make you confused, basically. And then when you're fiddling with your confusion, that's when they bum rush you. Hollywood's a big problem. Yep. I mean, I've heard it all. Feel bad for them during Judgment Day. I mean, it is not that hard to not attack people. It is not that hard to not be terrible to people. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Like, you may not like somebody, but I can easily just walk away from that person instead of being vulgar to them, and then let alone actually, doing something terrible against someone's will type thing. That, you know what I mean? Like, they're so far gone. Yeah, I don't know how you just like corrupt your moral compass in any sort of way of that nature. Or how you corrupt it so bad or whatever, like that you just literally don't care. It's terrible. All right, I'm gonna get off here and watch the game. Fuzzy Lumpkin. Oh, Captain. Had a weird dream. I need to take Helena to church. Hey, what? Wait a minute. You don't have to spill too much, but that outcome is kind of crazy and kind of nuts. You can DM me on Discord. You don't have to Expose your crazy mind. Crazy person. In dream said you want her to sit at my table. Need to follow path. Wasn't that crazy? I'm confused, Patricia. Are you saying like God was saying that if you want Helena to be a Christian, that she needs to follow the path? Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I would. I most of the time take what would you say, soft gloves or whatever at the beginning. Just kind of like feel where a person's at, try to understand what they're going through. You know, she may not be in the even thought about it per se. And so anyway, I always just try to like come at it from how I kind of grew about into reconciling different pieces. So I try to have my logical argument. I try to have my faithful argument. I try to have, different experiences and thought processes, and but I never try to like force or, there is something to be said about being concerned for somebody. So there's a story from Penn and Teller where Penn is outside one of his shows, out in the back, like waiting for his limo to pull up or something like that. I can't remember or whatever, but there's a guy with a Bible out there, and he just comes over and says like, "Hey Penn, I feel like I need to talk to you." He's like, "Oh, okay, what's up?" And he's like, "I want you to know who Christ is." He's like, "Oh, here we go. Here's a Christian, blah, blah, blah." And the guy makes the claim. He's like, "Look, if I knew a bus was coming to hit you and I didn't attempt to push you out of the way, like, how terrible am I?" And, in Penn's mind, that completely, like, altered or shifted the way of what evangelicals or evangelizing kind of means or whatever. Because it's not in the sense that I, like, want you to conform to my rules and regulations or something like that. Or, like, I'm trying to make you as miserable as me. It's like, hey, there's this terrible thing coming down the road. And, like, maybe, just maybe, I don't want you to experience that. It's like, well, you don't know. You're not a time traveler. Blah, blah. It's like, well, it's been said to me by the guy who created the universe, right? So there's got to be, and reconciling on whether or not there is a God, it's too easy to reconcile that there should be a God or some sort of higher being of some sort. And then off of that, it's like, okay, well, if we can assume that there is a higher being or there is a God, what do we know from different historical prefaces, as far as just like religions and all that sort of stuff? Where do we reconcile on all of those, right? Like, where do we reconcile on who God is and what we come from. It's like, okay, well, there's got to be something historically that made people believe, that made people think about different things. You know, these stories don't just come up by fruition, or, you know, oh, I'm a good story writer, I just made this up. It doesn't make any sense. So we take it from a historical approach. Okay, so there's, you know, being Muslim, there's being Jewish, Christian, list goes on and on, right? Mormon is in there at some point, which, anyway, we can talk about that if we want to. But then there's all those different types of religion, you know, Christianity and all that sort of stuff, of different pieces and whatnot. But anyway, long story short, I like try to go down that train of thought usually, because it's just like, okay, when I was thinking about it, like, I had to reason those things out. And it was just always a question. There's always a question of just like, okay, why do I believe, or why do I think the way that I do, and what's my purpose or support for that? And, you know, instead of just being like, do this because I say so. Because like, there was one time during college where I asked my dad, I was like, Dad, why are you Christian? Like, what's your, it's like, well, son, it's what my dad believed. You know, it's like, I'm kind of just going off of the rendition of, this is what I've always known and this is what I've always believed, so therefore that's what I believe. And he told me, he's like, it's not a good reason, but it is what it is, you know, type thing. And so I'm hoping, you know, in just that questioning of like little bits of close proximity, it's like, we always went to church, you know, there was no question we were going to church on Sunday, 100%. But we more or less just did it in a sense of like dutiful, what do you call it? Repetition, basically. And then, so in recent times, or in recent memories or efforts and stuff like that, have been expressed of him reading daily and that sort of stuff, which is awesome. I'm not even that good. I need to get that good. But yeah, you know, just different pieces of that. Dad's Buddhist. I see. Yeah, and that's the thing. So it's like, I'm coming at Dustin with like a whole plethora of knowledge, just because when I grew up, I was taught all these stories, you know, like whether historically or whether like from a historical reference, or, you know, Veggie Tales, or you know, all sorts of different ways in which I've been exposed to different things, and other people just have absolutely no clue. And so trying to set premise and understanding, and you know, I don't know, it's just me casting seeds, right? Sometimes you cast seeds on stones, sometimes you cast them in the thorns, sometimes you cast them on fertile soil. The problem is that I don't know exactly which soil, right? I'm not supposed to cast my seeds, or at least that's my understanding. I know that we're not supposed to cast our pearls before swine, but that would be people who are downright, you know, against, like, laugh at you type thing. But at different times, it's been open to discussion. And so that's where, you know, like I said, always come in with the kitty gloves, you know, like the lightweight gloves. Never trying to be forceful or dominance or I know better. And I definitely try not to argue from a place of authority, because it's like, okay, I don't believe in the Bible. And it's like, okay, well, then how am I supposed to use the Bible in order to make a, you know, reference point to you? But it's like, if I can make some sort of logical sense as to why I believe the Bible to be true, then maybe you'll be acceptance of what it has to say. And the talking donkey was when the guy kept hitting it, and he asked the guy, why are you hitting me? Right, but is that an Old Testament story? That's an Old Testament story, right? That's not Paul on the way to Damascus, right? Saul on the way to Damascus sees Christ on the road, right? And has a vision and then becomes blind. But that's not him on the donkey, right? The donkey is an Old Testament passage, right? Yeah, Numbers 22:28. After Balaam starts punishing the donkey for refusing to move, it is miraculously given the power to speak. It says, what have I done to you that you struck me these 3 times? At this point, Balaam is allowed to see the angel who informs him that the donkey's turning away from the snake or something. Isn't there like danger or something? Oh no, he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, and it turned off the road into a field. Balaam beat it to get it back on the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path with the vineyards with walls on both sides. When the donkey saw the angel and the Lord, it pressed against the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against it, so he beat the donkey again. Then the angel of the Lord moved on ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no room to turn, either to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw that the angel of the Lord, it lay down under Balaam, and he was angry and beat with his staff. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and it said to Balaam, what have I done to you to make you beat me these 3 times? Balaam answered the donkey, you have made a fool of me. If only I had a sword in my hand, I would kill you right now. The donkey said to Balaam, I am not your own donkey, which you have always ridden to this day. Am I not your own donkey, which you have ridden to this day? Have I been in the habit of doing this to you? No, he said. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eye, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword. So he bowed low and fell face down. The angel of the Lord asked him, why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? I have come here to oppose you because your path is a reckless one before me. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If it had not turned away, I would certainly have killed you by now. But I would have spared it. That's why I spared the donkey. Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned. I did not realize you were standing in the road to oppose me. Now, if you are displeased, I will go back. The angel of the Lord said to Balaam, go with the men, but speak only what I tell you. So Balaam went with Balak's officials. When Balak heard of Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the Moabite town on the Arnon border, at the edge of his territory. Balak said to Balaam, did I not send you an urgent summons? Why didn't you come to me? Am I really not able to reward you? Well, I have come to you now, Balaam replied, but I can't say whatever I please. I must speak only what God puts in my mouth. Then Balaam went with Balak to Kirath Huzoth. Old Balaam. That's right. Balaam. Yeah, that's what, when it's like miraculous sign. It's like, okay, talking donkey. Yeah, probably like, holy crap, what the hell is this? Right? Like that would be kind of crazy or kind of creepy. But yeah, the grandeur of visions and that sort of stuff, I feel like you kind of keep yourself concerned with it. And I don't know, I just feel like when you've accepted and you understand, it just comes to you, you know. It's not like a question. Why they say God-fearing? Well, my understanding of God-fearing is the sense of reverence and respect toward God, right? So when you fear God, you are respectful and give reverence to, as in your Lord, right? Like you're the utmost high. But yeah, I don't, I mean, so, Patricia, I don't know how in tune are you to like Calvinism? He has the Last Judgment. I feel you. Do you know what Calvinism is? It more or less just boils down to the idea of biblical fact. Won't lie, don't know what that is. Okay. So Calvinism is it's a group of people that it's kind of tough. It's not that they're like putting trust in or feeling, but like John Calvin. So like, I'm Lutheran, right? Which is like, oh, I'm listening to or in line with Martin Luther's teachings, right? Nailing the 95 Theses on the door, blah blah blah, and like basically like instead of Catholicism, because of the inappropriate teachings that Catholics had, I decided, boom, going to make or we're gonna follow what Martin Luther did, because kind of had him. Yeah, Reformation, yeah, Reformed tradition, yeah, exactly. And so with that, or in that mode or area or thought process, in that same line of thinking, John Calvin had like a precedence of belief that was strictly biblical, right? And so Calvinism is from Calvin, John Calvin, I believe is his name, John Calvin. Yeah. Anyway, and it's supposed to be in like a strict line of thinking with the Bible, right? Like we take literal meanings of the Bible, and we take the Bible as a literal means of God talking to us and instructing us on how we should live and how we should interact with each other and all that sort of mess. Anyway, in that long-winded explanation or thought process of definition, I guess, or whatever, Calvinism, in my eyes or whatever, in my understanding, is, like I said, like true biblical form, true biblical testament. And there's a tulip phrase or whatever. So like tulip is supposed to be a grandeur of like the 5 pillars type thing. Pillars is the wrong word, but there's like 5 teachings that are associated with it. And tulip's how you remember it. I just don't remember what tulip all means or whatever, but basically in the sense of like free gift of God, like no works, right? So restitution of that is not of our making, completely free gift, and that, I don't know, there's one God, Trinity, free gift of God in order to restore ourselves back. What other pieces? Oh, there's an elect, right? So there's a group of, like, not everybody is going to be saved. Just from a standpoint of like the end of times, like there will be people who are punished. There are people, not everybody goes to heaven. And that sort of stuff. Wow, there's a huge run going on here. And it's kind of a tough way of thinking about it, and you have to take it. That's why I was talking about different perspectives, right? So from a perspective of the prodigal son was, I was with the father, and then I went and squandered it all, and then I came back to the father, right? Like there's that line of thinking. But honestly, that's one perspective. From the opposite perspective, the father was like, he was never my son, and then he became my son when he dutifully knew that he should be back with me, or should be with me. Wouldn't be back, it would be with me. But anyway, so the idea or the understanding is those that are saved know that they are saved and don't doubt in the Father's grace. That was a really far run for absolutely no reason, but good on her. I guess she did it anyway. So with that, the elect is basically like, once you are saved, you are always saved, and no one can pluck you from the Father's hand. So in the sense that you would not lose your salvation. Now, those that deem to be of the church and then away from the church, or, you know, lost, or that's not a thing. What it is they were never of the church, and then they became part of the church after coming back, right, type thing, or whatever. Anyway, long story short, I'm just wondering, basically, are you in the, or have you ever thought about in the idea of the elect, in the sense that it's like, it's not on us to make a decision and then we believe. It's like God will choose his elect and open their hearts to, like, because he's God, right? He's all powerful, all knowing, all everything. So like he in his all powerfulness, he dictates who gets saved, basically. I mean, like, and that's just a reality of things. And that just in the sense boils me down into, it's not on me to convert people. It's not on me to, I mean, like, I need to work and try and assist people to find the path. That's my job. That's what I've been told and instructed to do by Christ. But it's not on me to present it in a way that causes people, like, me saying anything is not going to influence whether or not you know, a belief in Christ is successful, I guess, or, you know, however you want to state it. But what, like, only 1 million will be chosen? I mean, I don't know of an exact number type thing, but yeah, that sort of thing, basically, in the sense of, like, we won't be able to convert everybody. I mean, like, convert is like kind of the wrong word. God chooses the people that he wants because he is God. It's like, it's looking at the perspective of, from God's perspective, right? He is all knowing, all everything. And so it's like, okay, I have to come to the realization that there are people who are not going to be selected, but God is the one who can make people come to him or not, right? And so, like, if I tell someone about this good news and they just don't care and they don't go seek, they don't go find, then it's just not going to happen, right? And that's just not on, like, me to make that happen, right? And so it's like God will instruct their heart and call to them, right? And so, like Christ says, like, my sheep know my voice, right? And they come to me. Like, they know, and if they don't know, then they don't come. So it just is what it is. In the same way that they know he will go and find the one lost sheep, the one in trouble type thing. But anyway, I'm just in the regard of talking with it or about it, Patricia. I would feel if you are getting premonitions of that needing to be done, as far as in the sense of, like, you know, you're talking about having Helena come to church and that sort of stuff. Like I said, don't be forceful in the way of, like, you need to do this, you have to do this type thing. But I feel like God is instructing you to become a tool to help make that happen. I feel like, because even with it, it doesn't have to be audible. It doesn't have to be, you know, presented to you in a dream type thing. I'm sure you even just have the longing for that to actually happen. And that just becomes a thing.
Look. Look. Brutal.
Thought you're supposed to speak
I
about
like
him
it.
so he can give as many.
Yes.
Oh yeah. 100%. So that's where I'm talking about the perspective thing, right? So like the means in which someone is witnessed to about Christ, that's on, like, being outside the timeline versus being in the timeline, right? So we are instructed to go and make disciples of all nations. And so inside the timeline, us right now who are living throughout, I don't know if Johnny Boy that I'm talking to is a part of the elect or not, right? And nothing I can say will convince or change or intrude upon his life or whatever. But if he is part of the elect, he will recognize that God is speaking to him. That's where I'm going with it, right? So it's like, in the sense, when he's saying like, yeah, I tried it and I failed. It's like, okay, well, you got the wrong perspective. Like, you don't fail at religion. It's like, I'm not sure exactly what you're expecting to have happen. There's not, people don't have an aha moment. People don't have a thing. They just, they study, they figure out it to be true, and they put their faith in it and they believe, you know, like, some people do have an aha moment, and those are very like crazy lambastic, you know, visions of Christ during dreams, or getting stopped on the road to Damascus, or having a donkey talk to you, right? It's like some people do have that, but not everybody is going to get that sort of thing. The thing that I know is that no one comes to the Father except through Christ, right? And Christ gave his life as a ransom for many, because the wages of sin is death, and the gift of God is eternal life. And so if you take that grace, that free gift, then you're squared away, good to go. And then you try to live your life for him by being a good steward of the money that you're given. You don't hide it. You invest it and multiply it. That's another parable. The three servants, master goes away. They each get a gold or a piece of gold. First guy goes and replicates it, makes it 10 times. Second guy makes it 4 times. Next guy goes and hides it, brings it back, and look, I kept it precious for you. So the 10 times would be, you know, someone being a pastor, right? Like gung-ho type thing. The 4 times would probably be what I would deem to be something more like my speed, right? I have it. I try to spread here and there, but I'm not lambastically saying it week in and week out to as many people that will listen. Maybe I should be doing the 10 times, but currently I'm not. But trying to do good by it. Hey Timmy, what's up? Yeah, I'm trying to watch it. It's the stream, I think, is cutting out all my internet. I saw that we had a goal, and then I saw that we were close to getting a second goal in the 50th minute, but then I just got into loading whatever. Hey, we got a second goal. Sweet, they counted it. Nice. I went into buffering mode, and I think it's because of the stream. So I'm pretty much staying here till halftime, and then I'm gonna go watch it. But, I mean, we're up 2-0, so I really feel like I don't need to watch it. Maybe I should just play. We're up 2-0. Usually it's pretty hard. From the way that Vietnam is playing, I've only seen like 1 or 2 maybe mishaps, and in that time it was like 3 Vietnam players versus the 8 defenders of the United States. And I'm just over here like, maybe they score, but I don't really feel like that's gonna be a thing. Anyway, Timmy, you've missed a crazy Christian conversation today. And Patricia wants to know if you've seen the Barbie movie, or if you're gonna see the Barbie movie. Hell no. It was good though. Need a bit of that talk. You think I think I talked okay? I've played this so much today. Level 44 makes it really tough to continue playing. I literally played all day. Helena went today? Went where? Went what? What?
Not in town.
Went where? Did what? Huh? What? I just really don't know what else to do for now. Oh, she went to go see the movie. Okay. Ooh, I got a season blessing. Ooh, plus 2%. Or 3%. What? I'm so confused. Going to see it again tomorrow? Wait, she's going to see it again tomorrow? I think I might go see a movie tomorrow. I think I'm going to go see Spider-Man tomorrow. The Spider-Verse 2 or whatever. Spider-Verse 2. Need to check the show times on that. Saturday. There's one showing at 1:45. Yeah, her rich friend asked her to go to this girl. What? To go. This girl lives in a $13 million house. Yikes! What? They own the street, had to be buzzed in. What? That's nuts! That's crazy. That's so cool. Hey, see, Patricia, what you could do is you get Helena to believe, and then she goes and tells her friend, then all of a sudden the person who has to be buzzed in is all of a sudden infiltrating the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? You never know how these things happen. And that's how the gospel gets in behind closed gates. Let me tell them you're coming, so they'll let you pass. That's nuts. That's so cool, but also so crazy. That's so crazy. Oh my god, I was wondering why this just keeps stopping. I don't know why the stream keeps deciding to pause. It's like it buffers for a little bit and then the computer is just like, you know what? We're just not gonna watch this. It's like, no, I want to watch this. Come on. Come on. Is there a pool in the basement? That's what someone needs to make. An outdoor pool that wraps around into the basement. That's would be a nuts. You know, like, you know how you could have like a pool and then you could have like a channel that goes down like 13 feet or 15 feet and then wraps underneath into the basement. Except for the problem would be is that anybody could jump in your pool, swim down underneath and get into your house. Oh, I think that's my new goal, is to have a mansion that has an outdoor pool that can wrap down around into the basement. That's what I want. That sounds so cool. Your brother had a wedding reception at a mansion in Indianapolis. And there was a pool in the basement? That's nuts. That's crazy. Oh yeah, Patricia. I'm always here. I'm a talker. Oh, I'm a talker. You can just join on Discord if you want to at some point. If you'd be interested. You don't have to be. Timmy's never interested in talking to me. But somehow he puts up with it.
I can't do that here.
Part of me wants to play and part of me is just like, I'm done. I have all day tomorrow to play. I'm already 46, you know, like, oh, I don't know. No, I'm already 46. I haven't quite started yet. I honestly just don't know what to do. Like, I just need to level, but I don't know what I want to do to level. I figured out what I'm going to do. To be fair, I don't like talking to anyone. Wait, Timmy, do you really not like talking to me? Is that why we played but didn't talk to each other today? You want to silently play and listen to my podcast? Oh, so it was true. You just didn't want. I was literally just watching. I think I was watching. What was I watching? It was Netflix. I watched some Caleb Hammer because I always love knowing that my financial situation is not as dire as other people's. Is that weird? It's kind of listening to your podcast. Yeah. Just like we just both were running dungeons and I ran that. You joined in when I was in the middle of the what do you call it, the stronghold, and I was like, well, I won't do another stronghold, but I'm hoping he's not I'm hoping he's not in the middle of something, but I need to do this because I just spent this whole time making this happen. So I've definitely gotten to a point where I'm just not as like super crazy effective as I was, which is fine. It's just a thing. I think it just runs into the fact that this is a leveling and I'm close to endgame. So I need to start thinking about
I'm not ready yet.
you know, just need to start thinking about it. Oh, I was watching The Witcher. That's what I was watching. totally watching The Witcher. I just finished a dungeon when you finish that stronghold, so that worked out. Okay, good. I was wondering when that happened. I was like, oh, I probably just interrupted him in the middle of something. But I was like, I kind of need to do this because I'm going to be stuck here. But yeah, I'm on chapter 4 of the season already, and like I'm on chapter 4, and it wants me to go to World Tier 3. It wants me to do PvP stuff, which I'm not going to do the PvP stuff. I tried to, and it's just I got ramrod. I had 400 seeds, and I just got destroyed when I tried to clean them. But anyway, it World Tier 3, so I have to like do this and then change it to World Tier 3, like easy peasy or whatever. I guess I could change to World Tier 2, but anyway. Equipping a legendary and everything, crafting elixirs, 10 elixirs, and then reaching level 50. I mean, it's just leveling at this point. I don't have anything that's like... But I don't know. Meow, meow, meow. See, now I'm playing, and now I'm like, oh man, I kind of really want to play. I need to see what's playing early tomorrow. Because I think a 145 showing is pretty late. Well, no, maybe I do it. 145 doesn't seem all that bad. We'll see where I'm at tomorrow. I already did my grocery shopping today. Oh, it looks like they're starting the second half. I think I need to go. Need to go watch it. This will be the last thing I do. Which is the first thing I do since having dinner. Which was over an hour ago.
Bless you.
Free the prisoner. Yeah, that's what I do. Save people's lives. Protection shrine. I am protected. thinking about doing a Harry Potter marathon tomorrow. I don't know why. Because every time I watch those, they get worse. Like, there was a time where they were pretty decent. And then every time I watch them after, I'm like, man, this acting just gets worse and worse.
Couldn't have made it.
Just make sure there's nobody over here. Okay, there's nobody over here. Moving on. I wouldn't have made it without you. You don't say. No, Sherlock.
You hear it? The howling.
Disappeared, suckers. I need to find a house to move into. All right, easy peasy. Damn, that could have been a pretty good goal. Get out of here, Lycan Terror. Nineteen remain. All right. That's it, chat. We're done. It's over. We did it. I'm going to go watch the USA women's team beat Vietnam. That's what's going to happen. If they start losing, I'll come back. I won't come back. I'll be back tomorrow. I need the rapid fire. Hope they win. Oh, we all hope they win. USA. USA. Right. Toodaloo, adios. I will see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and all the good stuff. I'm going to go wash them. Do some stretches probably. I've been needing to stretch for a while. And then I'll be back tomorrow morning probably playing with Cecil. Maybe Timmy will join us. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. And maybe Daniel will join us at like 10 or something like that. But anyway, for now, I'm out of here. I appreciate y'all. That's super awesome. Enjoy your nights, and I will catch you guys next time.